majd még külön kis színes program, úgyhogy érdemes lesz velünk tartani egészen 6 óra 45 percig, hiszen akkor lesz majd az utolsó B döntőnk itt a mai napon. So hello everyone, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the 4th day here in Szeged, and it's gonna be a really interesting day, and it's a really long day because our last event, last final B, will be at 6:45 in the evening. So you have to prepare to be with us for the whole day. And we're gonna start at 9 o'clock with the C1 Women 500 meter junior B final. So I'm gonna pass the words to Moni. What's gonna happen today in the first event? Who is gonna start and what is your expectations for today, dear Moni?
As you mentioned, Christoph, our first start is at 9 o'clock and it's the B final for junior women in C1 500 meters. We will have Poland, the USA, the Czech Republic, Spain, Romania, Thailand, Ukraine, Moldova and Slovakia in this first B final of the day. And I have high expectations, just like yesterday. These juniors and under 23 competitors are really the top of their countries, and I think we will see so exciting races, finals, just like 2 weeks ago at the European Championships, a few weeks ago at the World Championships, and we have Olympic champions here, so it's an Olympic level, I can say.
Shocking, as I would say. And we're gonna have 18 medal ceremonies today. Am I right? Am I right? Yes, I'm right. So we're gonna give out many golds, many silvers, and many bronzes. It's gonna be a good day, as long as I can see. We have many fans. Yesterday we had fantastic environment here in Szeged, and I really hope that we can repeat it today, and you will enjoy the whole event again.
One minute to start.
So the first B final is about to start. C1 Women 500 meter junior category. On lane 1, Julia Tarasiuk from Poland. On lane 2, Audrey Harper from USA. On lane 3, Kamila Shimova from Czech Republic. On lane 4, Valeria Oliveira from Spain. On lane 5, Rodica Elena Daniela Pavelonesk from Romania. On lane 6, Afinia Schroicht from Thailand. On lane 7, Victoria Yarchevska from Ukraine. On lane 8, Alina Salkutan from Moldova. On lane 9, Laura Ori from Slovakia.
Elrajtolt az első B-döntő a mai napon Canoe 1-es női ifjúsági 500 méteren. Még egyszer a pályabeosztás: az 1-es pályán Lengyelország, a 2-es pályán az Egyesült Államok, a 3-as pályán Csehország, a 4-esen Spanyolország, az 5-ös pályán Románia, a 6-oson Tájföld, a 7-esen Ukrajna, a 8-asan Moldova és a 9-esen Szlovákia. nagyon együtt a mezőny, egyedül talán a 2-esen az amerikai Audrey Harper van egy picit lemaradva, és a 6-oson Affinyes Crochet, a tájföldi versenyző az, aki egy nagyon picit Kamila Simovával, a cseh versenyzővel most már lemaradt. De Valeria Oliveira, a spanyol, Rodica Elena Daniela Pavlonesk, a román, és Viktoria Jarczewska, az ukrán versenyző fej mellett haladnak. This is the first B final of the day, junior women in C1, 500 meters are the distance, and we can see Rodica Elena Daniela Pavlonesk from Romania in the lead, followed by the Ukrainian Viktoria Jarczewska. Less than 200 meters to go. Still Romanian lead, but also in lane 7, the Ukrainian Jarczewska, and in lane 4, the Spanish Oliveira is pushing hard. And the hard finish from Viktoria Jarczewska. Let's see who will win this B final. Ukraine or Romania or maybe Spain. Ukraine is the first in the B final, followed by Spain. Valeria Oliveira came as second, and it was Viktoria Jarczewska who was the fastest in this B final. Ukrán győzelem tehát a B döntőben, és spanyol második hely végül. És ezt a lassításból látjuk, hogy a szlovák versenyző Laura Ori közvetlenül a rajt után már be is borult. Szegény.
One minute to the start. 1 minute to the start. Please come to the start line. Please come to the start line.
Kilenc óra 5 perckor rajtol a következő versenyszám, Kayak 2-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres B döntő. 1-es pályán Új-Zéland, 2-es pályán Portugália, 3-as pályán Belgium, 4-es pályán Kanada, 5-ös pályán Németország, 6-os pályán Nagy-Britannia, 7-es pályán Románia, 8-as pályán Ukrajna és 9-es pályán a Cseh Köztársaság. This is the B final for junior women in K2 500 meters. We have New Zealand in lane 1, Portugal in lane 2, Belgium in lane 3, Canada in lane 4, Germany in lane 5, Great Britain in lane 6, Romania in lane 7, Ukraine in lane 8, and the Czech Republic in lane 9. And it was an impressive start from the German team in lane 5, and also the Czech ladies, Veronika Heine and Teresa Tettingerova in lane 9 had a very good start, and currently they are in the lead.
Tehát elrajtolt egy újabb B-döntő K2 hölgyeknél, és a legjobban Finja Hermanussen, illetve Lenny Clement kapta el a rajtot Veronika Hajna és Tereza Tettingerova mellett. Ugye a 9-es pályán a csehek már nagyjából egy hajóhosszal vezetnek, közben pedig följöttek a belgák, bocsánat, a kanadaiak is, Florence Hamel és Alina Tveri a 3-4-es pályán. De egyelőre nagyon magabiztosan mennek a csehek, vajon ki fog-e tartani a lendületük. Most már minthogyha fogyna az az előny. És jönnek a kanadaiak, jönnek a németek, a kanadaiak méterről méterre csökkentik a hátrányt. De még mindig a csehek vannak elől, Veronika Hajna és Tereza Tettingerova. So still Czech Republic in the lead. But the Canadian boat is coming closer and closer to the Czech ladies. The best start had the Germans and the Czech ladies, but now it seems that Canada is coming up and is taking over, and it's gonna be very, very close. But the Canadian boat is the winner, and maybe the Czech ladies on the second place, and the German team is on the third place. But it's gonna be very close. So the Canadians, Florence Hamel and Alina Tveri, won the B final in the K2 women 500-meter junior category. And we have to check the replay if the Czech Republic or the German team is on the second place. Tehát kanadai győzelem rögtön itt a második B-döntőben a mai napon. Florence Hamel és Alina Tveri nyeri a K2 hölgyek 500 méter ifjúsági futamát. A második 250 métert sikerült igazán jól összeraknia a kanadai lányoknak, de a csehek egészen sokáig kitartottak, a végén talán a németek lehajrázták őket. Nem, végül tehát a csehek megjöttek másodiknak, Veronika Hajna és Tereza Tettingerova a második helyen a B-döntőben, és Finja Hermanussen és Lenny Clement végül harmadik pozícióban végzett.
So Canada, Czech Republic and Germany. These were the three first pairs in the B final for junior women in K2 500 meters. And we will continue with the B final of junior men in K2 500 meters. It will start at 9:10 and we will have Lithuania, Greece, Romania, Ukraine, Canada, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Moldova and Mexico in the start.
One minute to start, 1 minute.
Következik a B-döntő a Kayak 2-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az 1-es pályán Litvánia, a 2-es pályán Görögország, a 3-as pályán Románia, a 4-es pályán Ukrajna, az 5-ös pályán a kanadai egység, a 6-os pályán Törökország, a 7-es pályán Kazaksztán, a 8-ason a Moldáv köztársaság és a 9-es pályán Mexikó. Meglátjuk, Kristóf, hogy a kanadai ifjúsági fiúk is képesek-e olyan második 250-re és hajrára, mint az imént a kanadai lányok. Jól jöttek el egyébként a rajtból, az ukránok mögött a második helyen, és fent az 1-esen a litvánok azok, akik nagyon szaporázzák. So after the start we can see Ukraine and Lithuania in the lead, followed by the Canadian guys, Alex Erit Elwood and Ellie Nolan. Let's see if the Canadian junior man has an impressive finish just like the Canadian women. But what we can see is the Canadian boat in the little. So they even have an impressive first half of the distance.
Tehát 250 méter után újabb kanadai siker érik, de most a fiúknál itt a B-döntőben a legjobb rajt az a ukránokhoz, illetőleg a litvánokhoz fűződött. Most már egybeülővel vezetnek a kanadaiak, és ha le tudják másolni az előző futamot, akkor akár meg is nyerhetik. Bár most az ukránok elég komolyan elindultak, és méterről méterre már át is vették a vezetést. Úgyhogy óriás csata lesz a B-döntőben, kérem tisztelt az első helyért, és minden bizonnyal ez a kanadai, illetőleg az ukrán hajók között fog eldőlni. A Dani Zsirov és Alexander Brezicki egy picit, ha jól látom, már több mint fél hajóhosszal meg is nyerik ezt a futamot, másodikként jönnek be a kanadaiak, és a harmadik helyen, hát a 8-as pályán valószínűleg a moldávok érkeznek meg harmadikként, de a litvánokkal szoros csatában. Ezt még meg kell majd nézzük ismét a visszajátszásból, közben pedig Dani mutatja, hogy boldog ezzel az eredménnyel.
So Ukrainian first place, Canadian second, and I guess it was Moldova in lane 8 who came as third in this B final for junior men in K2 500 meters.
Lane 7, New Zealand. Lane 8, Portugal.
After a long Canadian lead,
3 minutes
it
to
was
start.
the Ukrainian pair Daniel Zirov and Alexander Brezicki who could push the last 100 meters, and they came first. Yes, Canada is the second, and I still think it's Moldova in the third place in lane 8.
I think the same, Moni. Probably they came in on the third place. That was a great run by the Ukrainians. Mainly the second part of the track. And we're gonna jump an age group because the next event will be the K2 Women 500 meter U23 and also a Final B.
Így van, láthatjuk a B-döntő, az imént lefutott Kayak 2-es férfi 500 méteres B-döntő befutását. Ukrán, kanadai és moldáv egységek az első 3 helyen. A litvánok egyetlen 1/10 maradtak le, de mögöttük a törökök pedig 3/100 voltak, csak lassabbak. Nagyon-nagyon szoros befutó volt. Következik a B-döntő, a Kayak 2-es női U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Iráni egység az 1-es pályán, szlovák a 2-esen, Kazaksztánt látjuk a 3-as pályán, Ukrajnát a 4-es pályán, Ausztráliát az 5-ös pályán, Kanadát a 6-os pályán, Új-Zélandot a 7-es pályán, a 8-as pályán a portugál hajó, és 9-es pályán Japán. It's the B final for women under 23 in K2 500 meters. We have Iran in lane 1, Slovakia in lane 2, Kazakhstan in lane 3, Ukraine in lane 4, Australia in lane 5, Canada in lane 6, New Zealand in lane 7, Portugal in lane 8, and Japan in lane 9.
Ready, set.
El is rajtolt tehát az első U23-as B-döntő a mai napon. K2-es hölgyek 500 méteres száma. Az 1-es pályán Irán, 2-esen Szlovákia, 3-ason Kazaksztán, 4-esen Ukrajna, az 5-ösön Ausztrália, 6-oson Kanada, 7-esen Új-Zéland, 8-ason Portugália és a 9-esen Japán, és amennyire jól lehet látni, a 4-esen az ukránok lőttek ki a legjobban, a rajt után és a 6-oson a kanadaiak próbálják tartani a tempót, akárcsak az előző B-döntőben, a férfiaknál volt ugyanez a forgatókönyv, csak akkor még az ifjúsági kategóriában.
After the first half of the distance, we can see the Ukrainian boat Ivona Andrukiv and Ilona Kushniruk in lane 4 in the lead, followed by the Canadian Riley Melanzon and Toshka Besharan-Rybacka. They are in the first two positions. Let's see if we have another Ukrainian win in a B final. They have more than one boat advantage, and in lane 2, Slovakia is coming up. Dagmar Culenova and Hanna Zemankova. They are already in the third place. But also in lane 3, Kazakhstan. And in lane 8, Portugal is coming up. But it will be a Ukrainian win in the B final. It was Canada in the second place, and the Slovakian girls in lane 2 came as third, if I'm right. Az ukránok megtartották előnyüket, és ők érkeznek elsőként a B döntőben a Kayak 2-es női 23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Kanada a 6-os pályán a második, és én a szlovák hölgyeket láttam beérni harmadikként fent a 2-es pályán.
Szerintem nagyon jól láttad, Bóni, én is azt gondolom, hogy a szlovák egység, Dagmar Culenova és Hanna Zemankova jött meg a harmadik pozícióban. De az is rendkívül szoros volt, azt meg kell hagyni. A portugálokkal nagy csatában. Az ukrán hölgyek kihajtották magukat, és következik most majd egy C döntő, de előtte itt van az eredménytábla. Tehát ukrán győzelem, kanadai második pozíció és szlovák harmadik hely a B döntőben. And now we are gonna have a K2 men 500 meter U23 C Final, and we have 9 teams. Which teams do we have, Moni?
In the C final for men under 23 K2 500 meters, we will have Slovenia in lane 1, New Zealand in lane 2, Sweden in lane 3, France in lane 4, Ukraine in lane 5, Mexico in lane 6, Canada in lane 7, the Netherlands in lane 8, and Chinese Taipei in lane 9. C döntővel folytatjuk a versenyt a Kayak 2-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. 1-es pályán Szlovénia, 2-es pályán Új-Zéland, 3-as pályán Svédország, 4-es pályán Franciaország, 5-ös pályán Ukrajna, 6-os pályán Mexikó, 7-es pályán Kanada, 8-as pályán Hollandia és a 9-es pályán kínai Taipei.
El is rajtolt tehát a Kajak 2-esek férfiak 23-as 500 méteres C döntője, és a legjobban a 4-es pályán a franciák Maxime Marguerite és Titouan Le Meynien kapta el a rajtot, illetőleg a 7-esen, ha jól látom, akkor a kanadaiak próbálják tartani a tempót velük, de egyelőre fél távnál Ez a két egység kiemelkedik a mezőnyből itt a C döntőben. Ezt követően jön majd ennek a kategóriának a B döntője, tehát a franciák vezetnek, kanadai második pozíció, illetőleg az új-zélandiak álltak a harmadik helyen féltávnál.
It's a massive lead from the French team, Maxime Margry and Tito Alemanian in lane 4. But in lane 7, Canada, Jan Godet and Alex Canning are coming up. We can see also Sweden, Theodor Orban and Karl Broden in lane 3, getting closer and closer, but also in lane 5, Ukraine, Vasil Smilka and Alexander Zaitsev. Let's see if the French boat can cross the finish line first, and yes, they will. So it's France who came first in the C final, followed by Ukraine, and it was Canada in the third position. It was the C final for men under 23 in K2 500 meters, and it was Maxime Margry and Tito Alemanian who were the fastest ones in the C final. Ez volt tehát a C döntő, férfi kajak 2-es U23 500 méteren, és a francia Maxime Margry és Tito Alemanian voltak a leggyorsabbak. Meg tudták tartani azt az előnyt az ukrán egységgel szemben, ami elég volt, hogy magabiztosan győzzenek ebben a C döntőben. A kanadaiak jöttek be a harmadik helyen, ha jól láttam. So France, Ukraine, Canada, Chinese Taipei, New Zealand, Sweden, Slovenia, the Netherlands and Mexico. That was the order in the C final for men under 23 in K2 500 meters. And let's see the B final also for men under 23 in K2 500 meters. That's coming up next at 9:25. Láttuk tehát a C döntő befutási sorrendjét az imént, és hamarosan következik a B döntő 9 óra 25 perckor rajtól majd a kajak 2-es férfi U23 500 méteres B döntő. Argentínát láthatjuk majd az 1-es pályán, a Kínai Népköztársaság egységét a 2-es pályán, Olaszország a 3-as pályán, Japán a 4-es pályán, a Cseh Köztársaság az 5-ös pályán, a 6-os pályán Bulgária, a 7-es pályán Dánia, a 8-as pályán Üzbegisztán és a 9-es pályán Lettország. You will see the B final for men under 23 in K2 500 meters. That's coming up next at 9:25. You will see Argentina in lane 1, China in lane 2, Italy in lane 3, Japan in lane 4, the Czech Republic in lane 5, Bulgaria in lane 6, Denmark in lane 7, Uzbekistan in lane 8.
Today providing
and
all the
Latvia
sensible
in
comments
lane 9.
and the interesting insights into this fascinating sport is Irish paddler Jenny Egan. Good morning to you, Jenny.
Good morning, Ross, and good morning to everyone watching from all over the world today. Like Ross said, it's a beautiful day here today, a bit different. My socks aren't wet today.
That's a good start, yes.
They're nice and dry, and Ross has his man bun today.
Do you like it? I spent a lot of time.
So tomorrow I'm hoping for the dreadlocks.
Yes, yes. I actually, just for those who, there's a Hungarian paddler who had very good dreadlocks yesterday. And I actually went down and interviewed him after the race, and I said, I do like your hair. He says, I never cut it. I said, no, you're kidding me. It stretches down to his backside, but it's anyway. We've got, can you believe it, 18 A finals. At the moment on the screen, we've got the K2 men's, you can read this yourselves, folks, K2 men 500 under 23 B final, which of course is a very good quality race in itself. But we have 18 A finals coming your way today. This is off the back of 16 yesterday and another 18 tomorrow. It is a really, really busy program, Jennifer Egan. We've got 3 hours of commentary in front of us.
Yeah, it sure is. So everyone at home should sit down, have their coffee and enjoy the next 2 hours.
Get a cup of Bonox. So, have you ever had Bonox?
A cup of which?
Bonox. Do you know what Bonox is?
No.
Is it you must do. Is it a Irish thing, or is it's not an Irish thing, obviously, but Bonox is a funny old drink. It's like drinking molasses. So anyway, I'm sure some of our viewers will know what I'm talking about. But you need something strong to keep you going wherever you are. Some parts of the world, of course, it's early morning. Some other parts of the world, it's getting into the afternoon. So we are really happy to have your company today. We've got some fantastic races, of course. Everybody's been talking about the men's under 23 K1 1000, which really is worth highlighting simply because of the quality of the field. And 2 athletes in particular stand out in that field, and that is the Olympic silver medalist Adam Varga from Hungary, and the Olympic K2 1000 gold medalist, or half of that team, Tom Green from Australia. And that in itself, and let me tell you, there's a few other paddlers in that field who will give a good shake, but that in itself, Jennifer Egan, is a race worth the price of admission in itself.
Definitely is, and it's going to be at 10:46 local time here in Hungary, and yeah, it's going to be one of a hell of a race to watch. As you said, Thomas Green and Adam Varga, and we have a few other great paddlers in that final as well, so you never know, they might shake it up also. So definitely tune in for that race, and hopefully you tune in for all the races. Great A finals coming up, women's K1000 meters also, under 23. So yeah, lots of exciting racing over the next 2 hours.
Yesterday was a big day for the host nation Hungary. They won 9 of the 16 gold medals on offer. Talking to some of my Hungarian friends today, they're talking up the prospect of another 8 or so coming to the host nation's kitty, but I don't know, there's some interest. I'm sure you did as well, Jen. I went through the fields for today, and there's a few races there where I think the Hungarians might struggle, actually, because we're looking at some reigning world champions, some reigning European champions who have come here and have already shown they're in good form. So I don't know that we'll see the domination yesterday that we had with the Hungarians, but I'm sure they'll put on a good show. I mean, this is their backyard. They basically live, eat and breathe this place. They know every drop of water there is in this bay, and they paddle accordingly. So I'm expecting they'll put on a good show again, and especially as we can see that there's a good crowd rolling in to give them support. Yeah,
for sure. And you know, there's some superstars from over the years here yesterday handing out the medals. Also, I saw Kathleen Kovac, which she was just unbelievable herself, and Natasha Janic during that time of the sporting their careers were just, I think they've won the most World Championship medals throughout their whole careers than anyone else, as far as I know, from Hungary. And they were like superstars, and people looked up to them. And it's great to see that they're still involved in the sport. I see Kathleen Kovac has an academy now set up in her name. So, you know, that's really important for inspiring the next generation.
Indeed. And we talked about this yesterday, and it's worth mentioning, you know, these athletes here, some of them yesterday were as young as 15, which is just quite incredible. Now, when you do the maths and you think about, okay, what are we now, 2022? In 10 years' time for the Olympics, we will be in Brisbane in Australia, and those 15-year-olds will be 25, so they still may be not quite at their prime. But we're looking at athletes competing here who are going to be dominating the Olympic cycle, maybe not from Paris, but post-Paris. We're going to see some of these athletes that are really going to stand up. So we're getting a bit of a sneaky insight into the future of this sport, and we'll see some athletes just competing here in Szeged in the juniors that will one day perhaps become Olympic champions and Olympic finalists. So I always find it exciting, Jen, seeing these young kids coming through, and you think, wow, these kids have got it all in front of them.
Yeah.
As you will tell them, I'm sure, if they choose to sit down and talk to you, how much hard work is involved.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, hard work is one thing, but it's passion that gets you through all those years of hard work. The number one thing you need to have is passion for the sport, because if you don't have the passion, you won't do the hard work. And you know, the days that aren't so good, passion gets you through those days. And as you said, this is the building blocks of our sport, really. All these kids racing here today and over the championships are the ones that are going to be the stars of the future, and hopefully they enjoy the journey, because really that is the most important. You know, getting to A finals and winning medals is one thing, but you know, what you do day in, day out, every day, you have to enjoy the training, because our seasons are quite short, really, as well, especially for example, the juniors from Australia and New Zealand. They only appear at the World Championships every year, so they definitely need to enjoy the journey. Indeed.
Now, we're just a minute or so, 2 minutes away from our very first race, our very first final, which is the K2 Women's Junior over 500 metres. We have a team from Bulgaria in lane 1, 9th in the European Championships. The team from Serbia, who are the European champions and 4th at the Worlds last year. They are definitely a boat to watch in lane 2 from Serbia. European champions, as I mentioned. Now, here's the surprise boat. This is the Australians with Natalia Drobot there in the back of the boat. Surprise bronze medalist yesterday. What can the Australians do? The Italians, European bronze medalists this year in lane 4. Lane 5, the Hungarians. They're a new crew from the Europeans, so this is the depth that the Hungarians have. The Slovakians, 6th in the European Championships this year. Alongside them, we have the team from Poland. You'll expect them to go well. They were 8th, though, at the European Championships, so let's predict big things for them today. Latvia in lane 8, and out there in lane 9 on the outside of the course, the Spanish crew. A good field for the first race of the day, Jennifer.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, you speak about the Hungarians being a new crew in the K2, but they were actually in the K4 that won the gold medal yesterday. So
that's right.
Definitely one to watch. And the Polish ladies in this race, they were in the K4 that won the bronze yesterday. So some strong crews lining up here now in this race.
Indeed. So a nice way to start the day. These young girls out here. I think the first race yesterday was the K1 200 for the juniors, so we're kicking off today with the K2 500. Of course, this is an Olympic event, the 500 metre K2. So, as we mentioned before, maybe these are some K2 combinations of the future. We're off and racing. As I mentioned, lane 2, they are the European champions. The Hungarians are in lane 5. And already we're seeing, I think it looks like it's the Slovakians who are going out fast, and the Serbians in lane 2, the European champions, also throwing down the challenge early. The Hungarians getting into their rhythm. There is the team from Slovakia who went out really, really fast in lane 6. 6th in the European Championship, so a medal here would be a big improvement for them after that race. But we're just waiting now. Here we go. We're having a look across the field now. Slovakia ahead of Hungary. Hungary breathing down their necks at the moment, just biding their time, waiting to make a move on this field. It is a 500 metre race, so we're coming up to the halfway stage now. And it's Hungary ahead of, it's Slovakia ahead of Hungary, maybe Italy sitting in the 3rd spot at the moment. The Serbs have dropped off a little bit in lane 2, the European champions. But it's the Slovakians who have gone out the hardest. They are the ones that are going to be taking some running down for the first gold medal of the day. The Hungarians, that they haven't been able to make much of an impression on that lead since about the 200 metre mark. So the Slovakians are holding firm. Can they hold on, though, for the last 100 metres? I'm expecting the Hungarians might pick up their rating a little bit now, though, because the finish line is getting within sight. The Italians coming through now into a clear 3rd position, and maybe even moving up through the field. And right across here on the outside, I think it's the team from Latvia who have also put in a good race, but the Slovakians are holding on for grim death. The Hungarians are lurching at the line now. It's Hungary, it's Slovakia, it's Hungary. Hungary, maybe. Wow. Good finish.
Yeah, for sure. Strong finish there by the Hungarians. to take the gold,
they
I think,
got
from
there, didn't they?
Slovakia, and bronze to Italy.
That is a gripping finish there. They timed their race to perfection.
And you know, the pain they must be feeling in that last part of the race, it's indescribable. Your forearms are tying up, your legs are tying up, and you're just trying to push through that last 100 meters.
So a good start there, and we saw Slovakia go out hard early. Had the Hungarians on their inside, just sticking with them, just keeping pace, not panicking, and really timing their finish to perfection, because the Slovakians had nothing more to give in the last 100 meters, and with every stroke the Hungarians were reeling them in, and we think that they've got there on the line, not by a lot, but enough to claim the first gold of the day. It's heading towards the Hungarian kitty, which is bulging at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a bigger one.
So it's, yeah, the Hungarians, not by a lot as you can see, but they got there on the line, and the Italians came home pretty strongly to pick up the third. So heartbreak for the Slovakians to lead for the entire race and then lose it at the
It is, but like you said, they were 6th at the Euros, so they've really stepped up a gear here, going from 6th at the Euros to a silver World Championship medal. And I saw that the girl in the back of the Slovakian K2, she's racing the K1000, and she really dominated her heat the other day.
Okay, so we might see. So good result for the Australians too, Jennifer. They finished 4th, so they'd be pretty happy with that. I think
yeah, great result, backing up the Natalia Drobit's bronze medal yesterday.
So the Hungarians, I'm sure they'll get a rapturous welcome when they get back to the pontoon. The Slovakians wondering where it went wrong there in the end, but as you said, I mean, after a 6th in the Europeans to pick up a 2nd silver in the Worlds, that's not a bad turnaround. But good way for the home crowd to get the day started, basking in the sunshine today after 2 days of rain and cold weather. There are people out there in t-shirts and shorts today. They're enjoying the summer, which has returned to this part of Europe. Oh, they've just worked it out, have they? That is a delayed reaction if I've ever seen.
Oh, so nice to see.
What happened there? Did they not realise they'd won until they...
Yeah, I think it was so close they couldn't tell when they crossed the line, and you know, that can be the way for a lot of races. You wait to see the results, you think you might have gotten it, but you really don't want to be sure and celebrate until you definitely know.
I am assuming that they came to the pontoon thinking they were 2nd, and somebody has said, why aren't you looking more excited because you've won gold? And they go, whoop! What are you talking about? Yeah, there they go. They go, oh, you're kidding me, we've won the gold? Yes, you have. Congratulations. It's a really good result, and as you said, look at that enthusiasm there from Janka Kiss and Angelina Szegedi.
Yeah, and I just saw the Italians on screen there being greeted and celebrating their medal with Luca Piemonte, who is one of the coaches now in Italy and is obviously coaching this women's K2, so congratulations to him also. He was a fantastic athlete. He was 4th in the Olympics in K4 in Beijing 2008, and he would have been in K4 with the famous Antonio Rossi at the time.
Yeah, there are the crowd getting down to help celebrate the first gold medal of the day coming to Hungary. So a good start. The Czechs there, their crazy hats and a bell. So these girls were born in, just so you know, Angelina was born in 2006. My goodness, so she'd be 16, and Janka was born in 2004. So they are very young, and they have a big future in front of them. Perfect race for them, just timing that finish to perfection to pick up the gold medal. Great result for Hungary. That's 10 gold medals now for the World Championships. I told my friends that I predicted 23. But I think I'm going to be well under where they're going to finish. They said 28 or 29.
Yeah, gold medals is one thing. I think they'll get a lot of medals.
They'll get a lot of medals. Yeah. No, sorry, I said 23 gold medals they'll win.
23 gold medals.
Well, they've already got 10. So now we have this is a race which has a really big field, considering it's the C4 women, which is not an Olympic event, obviously. C4 500 juniors. It's a field of 7 boats. Canada, Hungary, Poland. There's the crew from Poland. Expect big things from them. Lane 5 will be the Germans. They were 4th, or half of this boat was 4th in the world last year. Lane 6 next to the Germans. There's your crew from Spain. Lane 7. Great to have a C4. Isn't it good to see that the Americans got a C4 500 junior team? It's great for the future of, and again, I mentioned it yesterday, I just wonder what the Nevin Harrison effect has been. And the Ukrainians, well, they were 2nd in the world last year. Basically the same crew are here this year. So expect after that, if form is anything to go on, and we don't have a lot of form to read into the C4 junior women, but the Ukrainians have the best exposed form of this field, but they're out there in lane 8, so a little bit of work to do from out there, Jen.
Yeah, and just looking at some of the crews, like the Canadians, one of the girls, she was in the C2 500 meters yesterday, they won a bronze medal. And then in Germany, 2 of the girls were part of the C2 500 meters, they won a silver yesterday. So definitely some strong paddlers lining up in the C4.
And the girl at the front of the boat for Hungary, I think she won a silver yesterday as well, didn't she, Panagior?
Yeah, so some strong paddlers.
Strong individual and C2 paddlers teaming up now in C4, which is always an entertaining race. It's not an Olympic event, but just good to see that some of these countries have such strong canoe paddling contingent. And we're underway, so watch the boat closest to the screen here, the team from Ukraine. They've been fairly consistent team. Now, as I said, they were 2nd at the World Championships last year, so you can expect big things from them. But in the middle of the course, it looks like it's the Germans as well who have gone out strong, and at the top of the screen, it's the Canadians. So Canada over there in lane 1. The Germans have a lead now in the middle of the course, and here closest to the camera, it's the Ukrainians who are also going out hard and now working their way through the field. As you would expect, you can see the Hungarians. They've just overtaken the Canadians in lane 1, and they're now making a move on the Ukrainians. So the Hungarians will probably finish pretty strongly. But the Germans have thrown down the gauntlet earlier. They've gone out and they've said, catch us if you can. And Ukrainians now picking up the pace as well. So it's Germany first, Ukraine 2nd, Hungary 3rd at the midway point of this 500-meter race. Perfect racing conditions, Jen. No excuses today, is there?
Yeah,
for
definitely.
The
and especially, you know, for Seaboat paddlers, they don't have rudders on their boats, so steering is a little bit more difficult for them. So, you know, when it's flatter and the wind and waves aren't so strong, it's definitely easier for the boats to be controlled.
So Germany still hanging on. Ukraine just bobbing along in the water there. And now the Hungarians are starting to get serious. So we've got the Germans in front. Is this going to be a repeat of the death of the first race at the death when the Hungarians snatched victory? I don't know that this time they're going to get up. It's the Germans in front. Hungary across in lane 2, Ukraine out here in lane 8, but I think the Germans will hold on, so it's going to be gold for Germany, silver for Hungary, and the Ukraine's almost running out of their lane there, which would have been problematic. But a happy German crew there taking a gold medal. As you said, I think, Jen, there's a couple there who were competing in earlier races, and half that boat were in the World Championships last year and finished 4th, so a bit of experience there, if you can have experience as a junior paddler.
Yeah, and great to see such support here for them. You can see the German flags hanging up here in the spectator stands.
This is a bit of a repeat from yesterday. I think yesterday we started off with a Hungarian gold and then a German gold, and today we've done the same thing. So Ukrainians may be a little bit of a surprise that they weren't in the top 2 after their form last year, but
they were very close though, so they have to be happy with that bronze medal also.
There's no there's no semi-finals, etc., is there, of this? So it's basically you go in and
Yeah,
give it a
straight
crack.
final.
But that was a good race from the Germans. They went out hard early and defied running down. There's the Ukrainians. You can see them. Whoa, crashed into the... I think they're okay. It was after the finish that they got a little bit wayward. There's the gold medalist from yesterday from Germany. Pretty excited about that result. Let's get official confirmation though, make sure there's no disqualifications or any other problems. I'm not sure why, or maybe there's, here we go. Germany first, confirming the gold medal going to the Germans. Hungarians pick up the silver, and Ukraine pick up, I was a bit surprised Poland so far back, but something might have gone a little bit wrong maybe with their boat.
Maybe they just didn't have the race that they hoped for today.
And the German, there's the team from Ukraine. I have mentioned at some of our other events this year, it's been so wonderful having such a strong Ukrainian contingent across the board. Slalom, canoe, we had a men's team in the canoe polo competition. You know, canoe sprint, we've had Ukrainian athletes there. One can only imagine how hard life is for them at the moment and how difficult it is for them just to keep on competing and to try and train and compete at a top level when you have so much rubbish going on in your own country, and it's such a terrible, terrible situation for them to be in. But, you know, I have to say, Jen, I'm pretty proud of the whole international canoeing community, the way they've rallied behind and supported. And, you know, the work that the Romanian community and the Polish community did, especially the Bulgarian community did straight after the outbreak of the war, and to take on and to make the Ukrainian athletes feel at home, it was really something to behold, and just really made me think, well, feel proud of this organisation and of the canoeing community that they've done so much, because it's been such a challenging year for all of these athletes and their families.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that's what is so special about sport as well. Competitions is one thing, but it's the kind of the family atmosphere and the care that people have for each other is really important. I know in Ireland we've taken in a lot of Ukrainians also, and we actually had one junior boy come over, and he's a C1 paddler, and you know, everyone within the canoeing community, we're trying to help him to get back on his feet as such and help him to live a normal life, as normal as possible in Ireland. So yeah, I think that's what's special about sport. Obviously we experience it within our own sport, but I hope that other sports have similar values and look after the Ukrainians that come to their country also.
Yeah, pretty certain they do. It's been a wonderful response. The Germans looking absolutely exhausted after their race, as you would do. The Hungarians being interviewed at the moment for Hungarian television after their silver medal. The next race will be it's another Olympic distance event, the K2 men's junior over 500 metres. We'll see the official starting lineup in just a moment for that race. It's due to get underway in around 3 minutes from now. There's the victorious German girls. Most of them born in 2005, so what are they, 17? And yeah, it's just exciting to see these. I mean, Germany has such a proud history in canoe sprint. Going back to the days of East Germany and West Germany, of course, now an absolute powerhouse at all levels, in all types of canoeing, kayaking. Going through a bit of a quiet patch in women's kayak at the moment, a women's canoe, I have to say, but maybe these girls are the future and we'll bring them back up to where they once were. So here's your lineup for the K2 men. We've got Australia, the Czech Republic, Portugal, Germany, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Spain and Italy. There are the Australians. There is a mullet at the back. That is a great mullet. Oh my God.
That's your next hairstyle.
No, it's not. I will never get a mullet. I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Czechs in lane 2, they're the European 4th placing. Portuguese were 5th in the Europeans. The Germans are the European champions. So they are the boat to watch in lane 4. Lane 5, the Hungarians, they were 3rd in the Europeans and 3rd at the World Championships last year. So that's pretty consistent form. Lane 6, the Poles, they were 6th at the European Championships. In lane 7, it's the crew from Slovakia, 7th in the World Championships this year. In lane 8, the crew from Spain. This is a new crew, so you can pretty well guarantee the Spanish will give a good showing, but they are the boat that we don't know a lot about in terms of the combination as a K2. And out in lane 9, the Italians, 2nd in the Europeans this year. Somehow they've managed to get themselves out there in lane 9. But they would probably be expected to be up there challenging for the lead at some stage. But the Germans in lane 4 are your European champions, and the Hungarians very confident about their boat in lane 5. And we're underway now in this K2 men's 500 metres junior final. A gold medal up for grabs. And it looks like the crew from Poland going out strongly alongside the Germans. Hungarians in between, splitting them, and across in lane 2 it's the crew from the Czech Republic who are also fighting hard, and the new Spanish crew also up early on challenging for the lead. But as the Germans looking very calm, aren't they, Jen? They've got a nice rate going there, nice comfortable pace.
Yeah, they do. And just, you know, speaking about the depth in Germany, this K2 crew weren't even in the K4 gold medal winning boat yesterday, so that just shows the athletes that they have.
So Spain led through at the halfway mark, so they are the boat to run down, according to our split. It's a bit hard to tell. It's a nice close race, though, as we head down towards the final couple of 100 metres. It's still Spain hanging on. The Germans trying to pull them back. Now look at the Hungarians coming through the middle here. The Hungarians really lifting their rate, and maybe they've now taken the lead. So Hungary take the lead. Spain lift their rating as well, just trying to keep up with the Hungarians. But the Hungarians have got the crowd behind them. Over in lane 2, it's the Czech Republic who are still there. It's the Hungarians. Germany rallying again, though. It's the Germans have picked up again. I think it's Germany or Hungary. Hungary get there. Hungary ahead of Germany. And I think maybe Spain took the bronze. But the Hungarians doing enough there, justifying their confidence in these two boys. Bence, Ozgiani and Diogo Keller. They are the gold medalists in the K2 men's junior 500 metres. The Germans did rally close to the finish, but the Hungarians had done enough. And in fact, were looking the stronger for the last 100 metres.
Yeah, and I think actually Poland might have just gotten that bronze medal.
They did finish pretty strongly. We'll wait for confirmation, but it was the Spanish that went out the hardest, obviously too hard, as history will show, because they stopped pretty quick with about 150 metres to go, and they were quickly overtaken in the middle of the field by the Hungarians and the Germans. And the Hungarians hit the lead with probably 200, maybe 180 metres to go, and they were not going to be run down. There they go, very comfortable. Oh, in fact, that's a very close race for the silver. The Poles really did fly home, so yeah. maybe we'll just have to wait for confirmation. Jen, what do you...
I think the Germans just pipped that silver.
Okay. She's got... I'll tell you what, Jenny Egan has good eyes. It's like from years and years of marathon paddling out there in the shiny water, squinting through
My eyes adjust.
Yeah, she's like, she can pick things up from a million miles away. So she's calling it for the Germans for the silver. No doubt about the gold, though. That has gone to Hungary, their second gold medal of the day. Pretty stoked about that, too. I'm sure the crowd is pretty happy. So here we go. Oh, Jen. Ooh. Sorry.
Wow.
Your eyes aren't that
I really thought Germany got that silver.
Yeah, well, let's look at it. It's 0.02. You are forgiven. It's 0.02 of a difference.
I'll have to up my game now.
Between the Poles and the Germans for the minor medals. That is a really nice finish. And great race there for Poland. What a strong finish. Another 100 metres and they might have been up there challenging for the gold. But Well done to the crew from Hungary. 3 medals, 3 races down today, and 2 gold medals already for the host nation. Silver for the crew from Poland, and the Germans, the European champions, having to settle for bronze here in the World Championships, the Junior World Championships in Szeged.
Lane 4 Hungary, lane 5 Poland, lane 6 Ukraine, lane 7 Spain, lane 8 Germany.
Can't detect any noticeable breeze out there today, Jen. I don't think there'd be anything the athletes... There's a little bit of a flutter down there. We're looking at a couple of flags there, but it doesn't look anything too dramatic, does it?
No, it's not. It's very slight tail crosswind today, I think. So won't have too much influence on the times, but the water is very warm, so that will also help for fast racing.
Just saw your friend there with the drum.
He's some man. He must have a training plan for this in the winter time to be able to do it
There he is.
consistently.
There's another one there.
That's another one.
Not as vigorous though.
Maybe they train together like the athletes in the winter time.
I'd like to think there's like a drumming club of some sort here in Szeged, and during winter they just spend. Maybe there's a pub here somewhere where they might go and just bang the drum for a few hours just to get into fitness for the coming season.
Get the synchronization.
Yeah. Lots of family and friends all down here to support the Hungarians today. Great result. So the next race, we've got another C4. This is the men's junior final. Canada, Romania, Uzbekistan, Hungary, Poland, Ukraine, Spain, Germany, Lithuania. Jen, do you know anything? Can you give us any insights at all into any of these crews?
Yeah, so the Canadians, 2 of the athletes in this boat, Zachary and Victor, they are silver medalists from yesterday in the C2 men's 500
Great
metres.
hair. Look at the hair on those 3, on the 4. What is going on there?
Have you got hair envy?
They've got the same barber. They've all got the same hair. Yep.
And then in the Ukrainian boat, we also have 2 paddlers, Yaroslav and Vitali, who won bronze medal in the C2 500 metre yesterday. So very strong paddlers in these C4 crews. So I'm sure their crew boat partners in these boats are also teaming up to make the C4 strong all the way to the finish line.
The Hungarians, 3/4 of that boat were together last year for the World Championships, and they finished 4th last year at the World Championships. So they have that experience of paddling together, and the way Hungary are going at the moment, you'd have to rate them as the favourites. But Poland alongside them, the crew from Spain, we know how strong Spain's canoe program is at the moment, especially for the men. They have incredible depth. It's been one of the stories of the last couple of years, the way they've progressed and tracking heading into Paris in 2 years' time. So keep an eye on the Spanish. The Canadians, of course, we can always expect a bold performance from them in the canoe races. But yeah, lane 4, it's the crew from Hungary. They will be the ones to catch. Don't write off Ukraine either. They're very good in the canoe event. So again, not an Olympic event, the C4, but always entertaining. The thing I like about the Hungarians is most of them have quite sensible haircuts, which is good.
Aerodynamic.
People think I might have a bit of a fetish for this thing, but you know, young people today, be sensible, kids, because you'll end up like me, and one day you'll look at your photos from this time and you'll think, oh my God.
Did you ever have a mullet?
Oh, no, I didn't have a mullet. I had a centre part.
Oh, nice.
No, it wasn't nice.
Like curtains?
It was dreadful, and I do not know how it happened. I don't know why it happened.
Was it your own choice, or?
I think it was. I think I thought it was cool.
Maybe it was cool back then.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It just wasn't. I can't think of anyone else who had it. I think I moulded it maybe on Jason Donovan.
Maybe you're a trendsetter.
Maybe
just
I
wanted
was.
to start something new.
Anyway, let's move on because nobody wants to go and look up those pictures. Here we go. We're getting into position now for the C4 men's 500 metres junior final. This is race 4 of 18, so we're not even anywhere near halfway yet for what's going to be an exciting day We've got some mixed races coming up later on, Jen.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch
Me
them.
too.
And like those crews are seriously strong,
Yeah.
some of them.
Yeah. Anyway, underway now. So keep an eye on lane 4. That's the crew from Hungary. Keep an eye on the Canadians. Keep an eye on the Spanish and the Poles. There are lots of interesting factors at play. Look at the crew from Hungary, though. Already, woof, out they go. Straight out of the block, straight into the lead. The no-nonsense approach. So far today, we've seen Hungarian crews just happy to bide their time, but this crew, they just want to go out from the start, get this race over and done with, get into the stands to celebrate with their friends. It is the crew, though, from Ukraine who are giving a bit of cheek here at the moment. They're saying, well, if you're going to go out fast, I'll come with you. They think they can match them. Ukraine closest to the camera. Well, Spain close to the camera, but Ukraine and Hungary are the two boats at the moment challenging for the lead. Hungary go through 0.06 ahead of the Ukrainians at the halfway stage of this 500-meter race. But Ukraine now coming through. I think the Ukrainians have taken the lead. So they're up to the challenge, all right. They've really put down the hammer, and they're taking it up to the Hungarians. What sort of a factor will the home crowd have here? Can they lift the Hungarians to push again? The Ukrainians, though, they are staying strong. It's a race in two. It's the crew from Ukraine. It's the crew from Hungary. Ukraine in the blue singlets. Hungary in the white shirts. So it's Ukraine on the inside. Hungary, I don't think they're going to get to them. I think it's going to be gold for Ukraine. What a fantastic result this is for world canoeing. Ukraine first, Hungary second, and splitting them in the middle. It's the crew from Poland taking the bronze. But what a great result for the Ukrainian boys to take that gold medal. A really nice race for the crew.
Yeah, and you know, these results, I'm sure, help lift their nation. Hopefully it brings some happiness to their home country in these hard times.
You know, a lot of these athletes, Jen, you know, they were out, they left the country when the war broke out because obviously, well, you would do, wouldn't you? But a lot of them have gone home now and they're actually training back in Ukraine. Now, you can imagine what it would be like every day. Well, you can't imagine. You can't imagine what it would be like going out every day and dealing with that sort of stuff. So good on them. They've put together a perfect race here and they've taken a gold medal, which I'm sure, as you say, there's some determination on the few faces there. I'm sure that there'll be widespread celebrations in the Ukrainian canoeing community, and hopefully, as you said, it's lifted the spirits of the sport-loving nation of Ukraine. So gold medal, took the lead at about the 100-meter mark and managed to hold on, and a quite comfortable win in the end. Hungary taking the silver and Poland in the middle. Across there in lane 1, the Canadians, I think, took 4th.
You can really see what it means to them there now as they celebrate crossing the line. Like, they're really only kids, these athletes, you know, and they've had so much more to deal with in their lives than the majority of people their age. So they really show their true strength and determination.
And there is confirmation. Ukraine first, Hungary second, Poland taking the bronze, the Canadians 4th, and the Spanish crew in 5th spot. The Germans down there in 7th. What's that on their caps? Oh, that's the Stand With Ukraine symbol, which has been worn by a lot of the athletes, the Ukrainian athletes now around the world. So good on them. I think that's their first gold medal for the championships. A couple of minor medals yesterday. The Poles pretty happy with their bronze. The Ukrainians coming into the dock now to celebrate. It's always interesting, isn't it, Jen, that some countries just have such a strong canoe culture. And a lot of it is the, you know, former Eastern European Soviet bloc countries that are just so strong in canoe.
Yeah, for sure. They have a great history of it, and obviously they have a history also of in kayak, and I think it's down to the structures they have in place. A lot of these countries, the athletes would be part of the army, and they get a full-time salary to train as an athlete. They might have to do a few weeks at the end of the competition season of training within the army, but they're able to focus throughout the year then on their training, and they're competing with the financial support as well. So, you know, that makes a big difference to them. And then when they retire from sport, they might also have a job then that they can go into straight away. So, you know, it's that financial support, but also peace of mind that you do have something when you have finished your sporting career.
Yep. So I think we must have a medal ceremony coming up now. We've got a bit of a break before the next race. I'm just checking my my timetable here. Yeah, we've got a medal ceremony coming up for the K2 women's 500 meters coming up in a couple of minutes. So we'll take a little bit of a break, let you enjoy the medal ceremony, and then we're going to be back shortly with the women's C1 500 meters. This will be a great race, under 23, final A.
Jó van, sajnos nem tudok mindenkit megkérdezni egyesével, mert jön a következő futam, úgyhogy passzolom is tovább. Szóval bocsánat, hogy eredménykérdezéssel vegyünk.
Ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 2-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Medal awarding ceremony for junior women KU 500 meters.
Now, Jen, you'll be happy to know on behalf of the 2022 ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championship broadcast team, I went out last night and did some research, and there are indeed words to the Hungarian national anthem.
Are you going to sing it for us?
No, I'm not, because my sources were unable to tell me what the words were. I think they were trying to, but I don't speak a word of Hungarian. But there are words to the Hungarian national anthem, and we're going to run a couple of side prizes today. One is for the Hungarian athlete who sings the anthem with the best gusto during a medal ceremony. So far, we have no winners because not one of them has shown any gusto at all. And the other one is for the best hairdo for the day. And I'm already nominating the Canadian C4 crew.
God, tough prizes to win.
I know, but it's just a bit of a side project just to keep the focus here of other things that are happening. So that's what we're looking for. Your C1 women's 500 meters under 23 lineup is on your screen at the moment. Mexico, Uzbekistan, Germany, Croatia, China, Hungary, Moldova, Spain and Canada make up your starting lineup. Anything you can tell us, Jennifer Egan, about this final?
So the Chinese lady, she was in the C2 500 meters that won a silver medal yesterday. And the Canadian Sloane Mackenzie, she was in the C4 500 meters in Halifax that won the gold medal alongside Katie Vincent, Sophia Jensen and Julia Lily Osend. So she's senior world champion in the C4 category.
I'm predicting, though, that Vanessa Tot, we just saw her from Croatia, third in the European Championships, third at the World Championships last year, has been around for a little while, made a bit of history for Croatia, in fact, in the canoe, so has been out there and putting in some pretty hard yards and has some pretty good form, but don't underestimate the Hungarian. Of course, the Spaniard was fifth in the Europeans. The Moldovan, who we just saw on the screen, she was actually won the silver medal in the European Championships earlier this year. And there's Sloane Mackenzie from Canada out in lane 9. So Maria Olarusu from Moldova has the form, the silver from the Europeans. Vanessa Tot, third in the Europeans, third at the World Championships last year from Croatia. Laura Gonzal, of course, from Hungary. Well, say no more. She's Hungarian, so she's obviously good. Expect something from her. And the Chinese, well, we know that they're very good in canoe, the women, so they would be worth watching closely as well. But I'm expecting a really tight race. It's not an Olympic event. The C1 event in the Olympics is for women is the 200 meters. It's the C2 for 500. So this is a little bit of an extra race for some of these girls who prefer a bit more distance. Then we're underway. So it's the C1 500 meters across in the middle of the course. It indeed looks like it's the Croatian who's gone out hard. Vanessa Tot, I'm expecting that she will challenge for a medal because she's a very consistent paddler, does a lot of paddling around the world, has had a very busy season, and she's already gone out nice and hard to establish an early lead for Vanessa Tot from Croatia. was part of our talent identification program a couple of years back. It's a program we run for paddlers from countries where they don't have the resources that a lot of the big nations have, and so she's definitely been a success story. The Moldovan now is also coming through, silver in the European Championship. So at this stage it's the silver and bronze medalists from the Europeans, and now look at the Chinese athletes. She looks strong. She really looks strong. She's working hard. The Moldovan takes the lead though at the halfway stage from the Chinese athlete, I think over in lane 2 from Uzbekistan. We're also seeing a good race from Urkanova from Uzbekistan, but it's the Moldovan now who has taken the lead. Maria Olarusso and the Chinese and the Uzbeki. So they are your three at the moment. Don't write off Vanessa Tot though. She can pick up in the last 100 meters, but it's the Chinese athlete and the Moldovan and the Uzbeki. It's a race in 3, and Tot coming through again now, finding something a little bit extra as we head towards the finish line. But it's the Chinese athlete now who's got her nose in front. Can she hold on? Everyone is trying to pull her back, but she's getting stronger and stronger the closer she gets to the finish line. It's China in front. Tot from Croatia trying to run her down. Maybe she's getting to her as we get towards the finish line. I think the Chinese athlete is stopping. I think she's struggling. I think it's the Croatian now who's lifting as we get towards the finish line. It's China just in front. Tot from Croatia. Maybe she's getting there in the finish. Oh, I think she got there. I think Vanessa Tot has lifted again. In the last 100 meters, she was back in 4th spot. She dropped so far back, and she has lifted again and managed to snatch gold on the finish line. Jen, is that how you saw it?
Yeah, most definitely, Ross. She had a great finish there coming by the Chinese athlete. And also the Hungarian really came through in the final 100 meters to claim the bronze medal.
Good finish from Laura Gonzal from China. Yin Wen from Hungary. Yin Wen from China. I think in the last 100 meters just hit that wall, hit that brick wall, and was going up and down on the one spot. She looks so strong, the Chinese athlete, until about the last 100 meters, and all of a sudden, boop, it was like somebody had dropped an anchor off the back of her canoe because she was not making any progress at all. And Vanessa Tot, who was headed by 2 or 3 athletes, found something again. Maria Olarusso, who was leading for a lot of the race, died out towards the end as well. But that is a great response from Vanessa Tot, who was headed, and rather than throw in the towel, she's found something a little bit extra. And I'm pretty certain that she took the gold. And the Chinese, I think, the silver. Let's have a look though. We'll get a close look at the finish hit. Yeah, so not much in it, but the Croatian Vanessa Tot is your gold medalist. China second, and Gonzal flying home, as you said, Jen, to take the bronze.
Yeah, the Croatian definitely timed that very well to come through, and like you said, the Chinese possibly hit a wall in the final 100 meters, and believe me, that wall can be very painful.
Yeah, I'm sure it can be. I've experienced it sometimes just walking to the canteen. It can be quite a long walk sometimes from my desk. Yeah, I've got to sit down and take a breather. Confirmation. Not a big margin there, 0.15 of a second between Vanessa Tot and Yin Wan from China. But there is your gold medalist. She'd be pretty happy with that. That's a great story for Vanessa Tot. As I said, coming through our development program and now winning. I'll have to do some research, possibly Croatia's first ever gold medal at a junior and under 23 World Championships. We have eagle-eyed viewers, I'm sure, who can tell me if I've made that up, but I'm pretty certain that may well be Croatia's first ever gold medal at this level.
Yeah, and she competed in the Olympics last year
She
also.
did, yes, she did.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing her saying it's been a long season for me, and yeah, so she said that she was third last year, and she said to her coach, why don't I try and go out and get a medal here? I'm sure the coach would have said, yes, why don't you?
Yes,
Feel
and it
free.
obviously worked out very well.
Yeah.
Not just a medal, a gold medal.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, these are the success stories, Jen, that are what makes sport great. You know, some people say to me, "Why do you love sport so much? Why? What is it?" It's these sorts of stories that really make it all worthwhile, because you know, these are athletes who have come from backgrounds or from areas where it's been a struggle for them to get where they are, and then to get to the top, to the very top.
Yeah, for sure. You know, people only see the success, but they don't see how much it took to get to this level, and the support that they need around them, their family support. As you can see, she's celebrating here with family and friends. And I know myself, when I talk about medals, I don't talk about my medals, I talk about it's our medals, because you wouldn't have achieved the medal on your own. So it's definitely split in many pieces.
Yep. Yeah, you know, a lot of people go, and you've got, Jen, you're very fortunate. You have a very close family network there, and they're all passionate about the sport, which must make life a lot easier as well.
Yeah, for sure, Ross. I'm extremely lucky. My dad is the team manager for Canoe Sprint Ireland, and then my brother...
Good morning to you, Tom, by the way, if you're listening. I'm sure he is.
Yeah,
we miss you, Tom. Why aren't you here?
Ian Mortimer actually said to me today, "I can't believe Tom is not here."
I know. It just doesn't seem right. It does not seem right.
Yeah, and then my brother and my husband are my coaches, and my mum has been a big support to me over the years, also driving me all over Europe to compete and get experience. One year we did 12 ferry crossings as a junior.
Oh,
that was out without flights even included.
I get seasick in the bath, so I would hate that. Yeah, I mean, and the sacrifices family make. Anyway, let's have a look at the field for the K1 women under 23, and in this race we have an out-and-out world champion. She's a world champion twice over. She's an under 23 world champion. If Emis Kolhami cannot win gold medal here, I will be very, very surprised from Hungary. She is there on screen now. She is an outstanding 1,000 meter paddler, and so expect her to be in front as we head towards the finish line. Petrosova from Slovakia as well. Maria Virik from Norway, been around for a little while, good paddler over a distance. The Uzbeki paddler Irina Tanatnajeva, and the final paddler in lane 9, Gemma Smith, who's also heading to Portugal. You'll be racing her, I think, Jen.
Nice.
At the marathon, I expect. So we have, yes, as I mentioned, Emis Kolhami from Hungary. Enya Rosling from Germany in lane 2 is the European champion, and next to her the Czech paddler Paladova was second in the World Championships last year.
Yes, some other strong paddlers in this field. Also Melina Andersson from Sweden. She races both sprint and marathon, and she won a silver medal in the K1 500 meters European Championships earlier this year. Marina Petrosova, multiple medalist at under 23 level, was in the K4 at the Senior Euros that came 5th this year.
So we're underway. So the out-and-out favourite is indeed the Hungarian. She's a world champion, a senior level world champion, twice over. So you would expect her experience and knowledge will come to the fore. And already you can see she's making a move on this field. Just to remind people of her quality and class, but there is a European champion alongside her. There's a silver medalist in the World Championship last year also in this race. It's a good quality field. If you took Kolhami out, it would be a very even race, I think. But I'm expecting to see the Hungarian, who's already gone to the lead, expecting to see her right there at the finish. Already spreading the field out a little bit. Some of the athletes starting to tail off already, struggling to keep up with this pace. But it's Anderson on the inside who's trying the hardest to stick with Kolhami. Jen, what sort of a mindset would you take into this? If you know there's someone there who's an obvious favourite, an obvious leader, would you just try and stick with them, or what sort of mindset would you take into a distance race like this?
Yeah, so obviously the Hungarian is extremely strong over multiple distances. 5K World Champion 2021, 5K World Champion 2022, and as you can see, she can go out very hard. She likes to lead from start to finish, so as a competitor, I think I would try and stay within a boat length of her, and then hopefully be able to, she'll have another gear to go at 200 meters as well. So being realistic, I think she is going to win this, and then the fight is going to be for the silver and bronze medals. So you want to stay within as close proximity as possible to her. As you can see, there's a few athletes fighting there for the silver and bronze positions. Lane 1 from Kazakhstan is paddling very strong there. Melina Andersson from Sweden, Mariana Petrusova from Slovakia, and the Aussie girl also in lane 9 is putting in a strong first half.
It's a good point you make, though. You know, if you have to be realistic, and if you know you can't win the gold, don't cook yourself trying to run down the gold medalist and blow your chances of a medal at all. Just focus on, you know, the next best possible outcome, which would be a silver medal.
Yeah, for sure, Ross. You really do have to think what your best chances are.
So there is Emisz Kolhami from Hungary doing what she does best. Bit of a challenge, though, coming through. We're seeing a good, strong race from Maria Virik from Norway, who's decided to go out and have a crack. So
yeah, she's a very strong long-distance paddler also, and I know the Norwegians were at high-altitude training camp earlier this year in Mexico, so it looks like it's paying off for her here at the World Championships.
So Kolhami, she has about a boat-length lead, and we are at the 250-metre mark, so starting to head towards the finish. Kolhami looking very relaxed, though. Everything is under control, everything working the way it's supposed to work at this stage of a 1,000-metre race. Now she even, as you said, Jen, she's probably got another gear. It looks like she's engaged that extra gear now as she heads towards the finish. She's decided to click in the afterburners, and off she goes. Look at that.
Yeah.
She's picked up the pace, and she's blowing everyone else out of the water. An impressive performance from this young lady. It's hard to imagine she's still 20 years old, so she's still got a couple of years left in under 23 level, which is amazing. But look at her just cruising down now towards the gold medal. The interesting race is going to be for the silver. The German coming through now in lane 2. The Czech in lane 3, but I think it's going to be Germany take the silver. There's your gold medal for Kolhami. Germany take the silver, and I think the Czech took the third. So look at her. She's looks like she could go and do it all again if she wanted to, but that is a comfortable gold medal as expected for Emisz Kolhami from Hungary.
Yeah, very efficient, powerful stroke she has throughout the whole race, and like I said, she likes to lead from pillar to post, and it obviously works well for her.
So the second place to Rosalind from Germany. We'll wait for official confirmation. She was the European champion, so that form has held through. And we think at this stage the bronze went to Paladova from the Czech Republic, who was second behind Kolhami at the World Championships last year. So getting used to seeing the back of Kolhami's head.
Yeah, and I'm sure Agnieszka Paladova's boyfriend, Joseph Dostal, will be celebrating at home on her behalf.
He'll be fishing. He'll be out fishing somewhere.
You better have some live stream when he's out there.
You better be watching, Dostal, you better be watching a live stream, because we're going to test you on this. Find out where she was at the halfway stage, where she was at the 750-metre mark.
That's true love, isn't it, Ross?
Isn't it?
He knows that.
Yep. But he does love his fishing.
He sure does, and you know, it's important for athletes to be able to switch off as well and do different activities alongside their own sport.
Oops. I hope he was watching that on the live stream. He'll give us some feedback on when is the best time to spit. The problem is you never know when you're going to be on camera, but you've got to get it out of your system. Congratulations, Emisz. What a fantastic athlete she is. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the field for the 5,000. I'm assuming she'll be in the 5,000.
Yes, I would assume so. I saw her for the first time at the World Champs last year, and as far as I know, she only raced the 5K at the Senior Worlds last year, but then this year she was also in K2s and K4s alongside the 5,000 metres.
Outstanding athlete. So there's your confirmation. Kolhami, the gold medal. Rosalind from Germany, the silver. The Czech paddler, Paladova, taking the bronze. Virik fading a little bit to finish 4th. Anderson 5th. Gemma Smith from Australia. Should be pretty happy with that. 6th in a final at a World Championships in the 1,000. Nice little warm-up for her ahead of Portugal. A few of these athletes will probably head there, I would imagine, Jen.
Yeah, I know Melina Anderson is going to race. She actually won the senior women's K2 Marathon European Championships. She beat the famous Renata Che and her partner Sophie Chelai Boros. So very strong all-round paddler, and she will be one to look out for in the K1 500 meters tomorrow also.
So I've just lost count. Is that 12 now? I think that's 12.
I think it's 12 gold,
for Hungary. My prediction of 23 for the World Championships is looking a little bit shaky. Unless something goes wrong, they could have 23 by the end of today.
Yes, they could.
Which will be very awkward.
Possibly.
What do I know about this sport? Not enough, obviously. This must be so wonderful for these young athletes to have family here to witness these history-making moments, to be able to share it with them. It's much nicer than having to do it over a phone or having to wait until the next day when they were awake to share the excitement of what's happened. And for these Hungarians, they have a good, strong support base here. Look at this lovely crowd here enjoying the sunshine here in Szeged.
Yeah, there's some nice, unique posters and banners there also with athletes' pictures on them. So, you know, that support is really important to athletes, and there's nothing like having your support system and your family there to celebrate at the end of a race with. That really is what makes it special.
So our next race is the C2 men's 1,000 metres, the under-23 final. And a very even field here, although the Hungarians, again, very confident about their C2 combination, as you would expect. We'll go through the start list in just a moment, but we have crews from Canada, Poland, Brazil, Hungary, Spain, Ukraine, Mexico, Germany, and the Czech Republic. There is your official lineup there. Jen, what's your research
So
discovered?
The Hungarians, I think, have to be the favourites.
Well, Balázs Adolf, the C1 1000 gold medalist from yesterday, is at the front of the boat. So,
and he's partnering with Daniel Fejes, who they won a bronze medal at the Senior European Championships this year in Munich, and they were also 11th in Tokyo Olympic Games last year. So they are a great crew. They know each other very well. I'm sure Rebby Simon will be here cheering on her boyfriend Daniel. So the Brazilians also, I think they could be quite strong throughout this race.
There's a contender in our best hair competition as well. The Brazilian at the front of the boat there. It's not a bad do. There are your Hungarians. No doubt they're favourites. The Polish crew who we saw earlier, they were second in the Europeans. And the Canadians, don't discount them, fourth in the World Championships last year. Now, the Spaniards were second, I think, yesterday, Jen, in the 500 in the C2, so they bring in some good form. The Ukrainians are the European champions. Does that form stack up in this race? The Mexicans, fifth in the Worlds last year. The Germans, sixth in the Europeans Championships this year in lane 8. And on the outside of the course, the Czechs, they are fourth in the Europeans, and another good contender there for our best do.
I hope you're writing all down, these contenders all down there, Ross.
I've got to keep a memory of, because there will be a prize, possibly, at the end of the day. But there are your Hungarians. They are the team to catch, with Balázs Adolf at the front of that boat, winning the C1 yesterday. I did an interview with him afterwards, Jen, and he said to me, I said to him, were you worried at all when there are still boats around you at 500? And he said, no. He said, I knew that if I was anywhere near the front at 500, that I would be too strong in the final 500.
Isn't that nice to feel that halfway down 1,000 metres?
Yeah, exactly. To have no fear at all of anything that's alongside you.
To be so confident, and it paid off.
Yep. So we're underway, and again, it's the team from Ukraine, as they did in the C4. They're going out hard. They're throwing down a challenge to the Hungarians. Maybe this is a good tactic, Jen, just get the Hungarians to panic, maybe change their game plan.
Yeah, maybe, but I guess if it goes by what his game plan yesterday, Balázs Adolf, if he's close to them at the 500 metres, he knows himself that the second half of their race is the strong point.
Although, you know, you do also have to have some sort of an idea how the bloke behind you is going and whether he's tracking okay.
Yeah, well, I think they know each other very well at this stage. And, you know, they'll have their race plan. As you can see, they're even already beginning to pull up on the Ukrainians.
And
They've
the
got
Brazilians are up there as well,
yeah.
which is great. It'd be great to see the Brazilians figure in the race for the medals at the end of this race. They've had a very low-key meet so far, but we know how strong they are in canoe events. And Ezequias dos Santos, of course, one of the big names in world canoeing. I'm sure he's watching on this morning and cheering on these young guys as they try and emulate some of his feats from many years of paddling. But at this stage, we're still seeing the Ukrainians. They're just still out holding their lead at the moment. Wondering, though, when the Hungarians will slip it up a gear. We're at the halfway stage now. The Ukrainians have led for the first 500 meters. At what stage will Belos Adolf and Daniel Fayez flick the switch and say, right, let's get this race sorted out? Maybe now they're starting to lift, but the Ukrainians are defying running down at the moment. They are going to push this all the way. The Hungarians, though, look like they both paddle on the same side of the boat too. Jen, you mentioned that yesterday, about how extra hard that makes it.
Yeah, and it's definitely become a lot more popular in recent years. You wouldn't have seen it a long time ago. They would have always paddled on opposite sides. But as you can see, it's working for this Hungarian crew.
So they've hit the lead now. The question is, can they hold it? So Hungary take the lead. The Ukrainians are not going away, though. They are holding on, and maybe they've now taken the lead back. Wow. Here we go, folks. We have an arm wrestle going on in the last 250 meters of this 1,000-meter race. Both of these crews must be tired. Who's got the most petrol left in the tank? The Ukrainians are lifting again. Wow, what an impressive performance to try and defy these Hungarians in front of their home crowd. It's the Ukrainians who are actually going stronger. They look like they might even be pulling away. What has Hungary got? Can they lift again? I don't know that they can. I think the Ukrainians are getting stronger. They are moving further in front. This is an impressive performance from these chaps. They are European champions, so they know how to paddle. It's going to come down to the finish, though. The crowd is really trying to lift the Hungarians. They're throwing everything at the Ukrainians. It's Ukraine just in front. Hungary trying desperately to get there. It's Ukraine. It's Hungary. It's Ukraine. Oh, what a finish. What a finish. I think the Ukrainians, maybe the local television crew have given it to the Hungarians, but I don't know.
I think the Hungars just pipped it there
Oh,
with their
my goodness.
lunge to the line.
That would be heartbreak for
There's
Ukraine.
Rebby celebrating her boyfriend's gold medal.
Oh, let's just wait and see for confirmation. I mean, the TV crew usually get it right, but that is heartbreak for the Ukrainians if that's the case, because they had that race for 990 meters of a 1,000-meter race. They were in front. And if they've lost it, it's in the last 2 meters of a 1,000-meter race. But let's wait for official confirmation. Well, I can hear the crowd. I don't know whether you can hear that at home, but the crowd would seem to suggest that we've got official confirmation. And here we go. Let's have a look at the finish. See, the Ukrainians are in front there. Oh, yes, it is definitely Hungary. Wow, that is
what a race.
An incredible race. One of the races of the weekend so far.
Most definitely.
Because we've seen, and we didn't even mention the third place, which went to the Spaniards in the middle. But that is definitely one of the races of the weekend. I hope you've enjoyed that at home as much as we enjoyed that here. It was just hammer and tong all the way down there, and the Ukrainians thought they had it, I think. They'll be desperately sad, disappointed that they've been pipped on the line. But what a finish, what a race. Don't tell me that 1,000-meter racing is not exciting. Do not tell me that it's not exciting, because that is a classic. 0.07 of a second was your difference, folks, between a gold and a silver medal. Spaniards there with the bronze. They didn't have much left in the tank. I'm not sure if they're brothers or cousins. The Dominguez, Noel and Diego.
Yeah, they could be brothers. Just a 4-year age gap there, so.
Yep. Balash Adolf there at the front of the boat. He'd be pretty relieved now. I think he probably thought this would be a lot easier than it was. But obviously the message we're getting, what we're seeing, Jen, is do not underestimate the Ukrainians in the canoe, because their program is strong and they have a lot of determination.
Yeah, with their gold medal earlier also.
In the C4, yep. So you do feel a little bit sorry for them. They did everything they could. They put it all out there, and as I said, for 990 meters of that 1,000-meter race, they are in front. And to lose like that on the finish line, when they go back and look at the tape and realize how... So, Jen, did the Ukrainians lunge, or was it just the Hungarians that lunged at the finish?
I think the Hungarians just timed. I think they both lunged, but I think the Hungarians just timed their lunge to perfection. You could see the final 50 meters that they were just about to pip the Ukrainians in that final 50 meters, but it was very hard also for us to see from our angle, because you're trying to see the boys as they go through the different the final few meters. So they did it though, and you know, as you said, what an exciting 1,000 meters, and I'm sure there'll be lots of celebrating later today.
Yep, well, there is gold medal number 13 for Hungary. They won 9 on the opening day, so they've already got 4 today. And we have a lot of racing to come still. The next race is going to be the big one. I really hope it's not a dud now, but I don't see how it can be. I mean, look at the quality of the field. We're talking, look at the pain, by the way. This is what an athlete puts into a race.
Yeah. When you get out of that jetty and you feel like your legs are just going to buckle from under you. And
so is it your legs, or what hurts the most, Jen? Your legs, your shoulders, your arms, or
both?
Everything? Everything.
Everything.
The whole body.
And your stomach is in a knot. You feel so sick that you might throw up. Yeah, so it's just, and like when you get out of your boat, yeah, like I say, you feel like your legs are going to go from under you because you've put everything into it and your body's full of lactate. So I know myself, I try and just walk up and down the jetty if you're called to boat weighing, because you're just trying to flush it out and you just want to get out to do that warm up.
And then you've got annoying media people there waiting to interview you and you've got to talk to them.
Well, when you've won a medal like this, it doesn't matter at that stage, but if it's through your heats or semis, you know, you have to try and think about your cool down and your preparation for your final. But now it's about celebrating at this stage.
Yep, lots of celebration happening already, and I know the crowd now, they would be excited about that. It's built them up. It's a perfect entree to what I'm sure this crowd is going to be very excited to watch. It is the K1 1000 under 23 men's final. Lots of great bird life here. That's from yesterday, I think. Oh, what is that?
Oh, snake.
I don't think I'd like to be in the water. All of a sudden, I'm not enjoying.
You know, we don't have snakes in Ireland. St. Patrick banished them.
Good on him for that.
Yeah.
He sent them all to Australia, I think, because we have them all. Yes, so let's look at this field. What a cracking field here. Norway, Austria, Germany, Australia, Hungary, Serbia, Sweden, Denmark, South Africa. Look at the quality. Adam Varga in the middle of the field, Olympic silver medalist. Tom Green on his inside, Olympic gold medalist in the K2. Timo Morer from Austria, European champion. Jakob Kerschak from Germany, European silver medalist. We have Corbin Rask, second in the World Championships last year from Denmark. South African Hamish Lovemore, accomplished marathon paddler who will also be out there. It's a great field, Jen.
It sure is. Spread across the whole field, and I'm sure Lee and Hank McGregor are looking on now to cheer Hamish Lovemore, who's part of the McGregor squad back in Durban, South Africa.
And we're underway. No time for dilly-dally here. We are anticipating it to become a showdown between Tom Green and Adam Varga, but there are other athletes in this field. And isn't it nice for the German athlete to have an Australian-coloured boat just to confuse us? Thank you very much for that, Jakob. But we are in the middle of the course. Look at them. They've already gone out. Tom Green Adam Varga. And on there outside, we have Bojan Zdela, who was 4th in the World Championships last year from Serbia. He doesn't want to be left out of this. What a game of cat and mouse this is going to be. Tom Green, desperate to get and finish the season on a high. Adam Varga, desperate to win a gold medal in front of his home crowd. These are your two big guns. This is your future, folks, of men's kayak paddling. Two of the most exciting young paddlers in the world. And down here, Hamish Lovemore putting in a solid start to this race.
Hamish is a well-established marathon paddler. He was 4th at Senior Marathon World Championships last year. And I think this is his first sprint World Championships.
Well, he's up there at the moment, giving a bit of cheek in
sure
lane 9. But let's look at what can you read into the body language of Tom Green and Adam Varga at the moment, Jen. They're just biding their time, the pair of them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a game of cat and mouse, all right. As you can see, Varga is just slightly ahead of Tom Green here at the moment, but it's really going to come down to those final 200 meters.
I'm sure they would have both gone through this race in their minds umpteen times in the last couple of days, how to go about it. Their coaches would have given them plenty of advice. But once that start goes, you throw that out the window, don't you? Because you're really just trying to adapt to your circumstances.
Yes and no. A lot of athletes would stick to their race plans, and I think that's really important to do that because you don't want to get distracted by the paddlers around you. Athletes would also use a lot of visualization in their daily routine. You know, they visualize their race, the different points of the race that they do pickups. They also visualize themselves winning that gold medal or winning that silver medal or winning that bronze medal. So it makes the body familiar with their surroundings and the feelings that they will feel during this race.
So Varga won the silver medal in the Olympics last year. Tom Green was 7th in the same race. Green said afterwards that he mucked the race up. It never went the right way for him, and the conditions just did not suit with the tailwind. He's a big man, but so is Adam Varga, by the way. So this year, and then he went out and won the K2 gold. So, you know, that was a nice icing on the cake for him. Adam Varga at the moment, though, is really putting the pressure on. He's gone out hard. He's put down the challenge now, and he said to Tom Green, well, you're going to have to really put in some hard yards over the last couple of 100 metres if you want to have a crack at this gold. Adam Varga looking very comfortable out in front. Tom Green now trying to pick up the pace, trying to pull in the Hungarian. I think that the Hungarian slipped him, though. I think the Hungarian's got away, and I think that Tom Green is struggling to hold on here. It's Adam Varga. The crowd now, you can hear them in the background. They are really becoming part of this race. It's Varga in front, Tom Green trying to make up some ground, but not making a lot of impact at the moment. It's going to be gold for Adam Varga, silver for Tom Green. Great race there for the Olympic silver medalist. Adam Varga crosses the finish line. You are the world champion. Tom Green silver, and it looks like racing home for 3rd. It was, I think it was Zdela from Serbia took the bronze medal, but what a great timed race for Adam Varga, in control from start to finish, and never really looking to be in any doubt there. And now the two Olympians come over, and it's been a big build-up for the two of them. There's been a lot of talk about this race. I'm sure in their minds they'll be pretty relieved it's all over.
Yeah, definitely relief there. And, you know, Varga just looked so smooth and composed throughout that whole race. Yesterday, during his heat of the K1 500 meters, he actually had time and energy to wink and
Did he
stick
really?
his tongue out at the
What
camera
yeah.
when you look back at the live stream. So, yeah, it's nice to feel that comfortable during a 500-meter race. And also, as you can see, he was pretty comfortable and confident throughout this 1,000-meter final here today.
So Tom Green taking the silver. Of course, you should never be upset with a silver medal at a World Championship, but I'm sure deep down he really would have wanted this gold medal today. He's been talking about it and talking about this challenge with Adam Varga. These are two of the paddlers of the future, no doubt about that. I mean, when you think that Adam Varga, he's you know, he's not even the #1 K1 1000 paddler here. I mean, the guy in front of him is an Olympic gold medalist. So Balint Kopaj, of course, and he's also a world champion as well. So you've always got to deal with that. And he's only a young man as well. So there's a lot of interesting battles coming along for Hungarian selection in the years to come. But there they are, two fantastic, exciting young athletes. But Adam Varga, you cannot take anything away from his performance today. It was very impressive. Perfect race for 1,000 metres. And a great race too for Bojan Zeller, 4th in the Worlds last year, 7th at the Europeans. And I think he got the bronze, Jen.
Yeah, definitely won the bronze there today. And I think 4th was Timon from Austria. Yeah.
Yep, the European champion.
And 5th for Corbin Rask from Denmark. Another great race, great athlete.
He'll be definitely at the marathon, I would think.
I would think so. I'm not sure how their selection races have worked at home this year or when they were. So I would think he'd be hoping to be there anyway.
He's a really nice guy too, Adam Varga. They all are. You know, Tom Green's a wonderful chap, and Adam Varga's always good for a chat and always got interesting insights into, and speaks good English too, which makes my life a lot easier, I've got to tell you.
Yeah, and I'm sure Thomas Green looks up to Kenny Wallace, and Kenny has been a big mentor to him, I think. And then he's got Jimmy Owens as such an established coach throughout the years, and both Kenny and Jimmy are here as part of the team. And you know, when you have that previous experience, you have to trust those people that are around you. You know that they've succeeded in the past and they want the best for you.
So you just saw on the screen there acknowledgement, the athletes acknowledging each other and you know, congratulating them on their performance, because you know they put everything out there on the water, and if you're beaten by a better athlete on the day, then you know part of your character is to acknowledge that and just congratulate them and say, well, yep, you got the better of me today. I'll see you in 12 months' time.
Yeah, for sure. You know, that's what sport is. You have to be happy for the people in your race. You know, as an athlete, you know how much you put into it. So the people that are so close to you in that race also put in such a massive effort. And it just comes down to the day sometimes, you know, the preparation on that day. You get up, you have your breakfast, people are trying to control their nerves, they go out for their pre-warm-up. And yeah, it's all about feeling good on that day. No matter the training that you've put in, you need to have that correct feeling on the day for it all to come together.
So I think we're heading off towards another medal ceremony in just a moment. Chance for us to get a breather, but yes, the C1 women's 500 meters under 23. This will be Vanessa Tot, I believe, from Croatia. That's her race, wasn't it? So we'll see that medal ceremony in just a moment. They're running around out the back now trying to throw in the Croatian national anthem, because they haven't played it a lot. They've just got to check they've got it on.
Maybe she's going to sing though, Ross.
Maybe I'm sure she will. Now we'll get a lesson in gusto for Anthem. So we'll take a little bit of a break and we'll be back for the next race in just a moment, which will be the K1 women's 1,000 meters junior final. So no gusto in the singing there, but obviously a very moving moment for Vanessa Todt. She pulls the phone out for the obligatory selfie. She's working through now. How do I work this phone? This is not my phone, it's my coach's phone. Quite sure how it works. Let's try this. I'll give it to somebody who knows what they're doing. Here we go. A nice selfie. It's the way of the world these days, Jen Egan, isn't it?
Sure is. And you know, to have the photos from these moments in years to come are great to look back on.
And fantastic there. We have Croatia, Hungary and China on the medal podium. Great spread to show how international our sport really is. Lots of people out enjoying the sunshine today after a couple of days of wet weather. I know a lot of Europe's been through a drought and still going through a drought. But here in Szeged we had some good rain the last 2 days. But today, as you can see, people having to take shelter from the sun. I assume that's what they're doing, or maybe they've just over-celebrated last night. And the sun's a bit bright on their eyes.
They need their caps and their sunglasses.
They're trying to pretend life is normal, but we can see you hiding under the towel there, pretending life is normal.
It's the sun, I swear.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not used to it. My eyes aren't used to it. Next race will be in around 3 minutes' time. The K1 Women's Junior Final over 1,000 metres, and there's your start list. Canada, Great Britain. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Estonia, fantastic. Slovakia, Hungary, Germany, Portugal, Serbia and Australia. Great Britain, Jen, really dropped off, haven't they, in terms of canoe sprint. Their program is going through a bit of a rebuilding phase, but they've really struggled for a couple of years.
Yeah, they're really building up their junior base now. As you can see, Greta Rosa here. She's from Way Kayak Club. It's where my husband's original club is, in Guildford, Surrey. And she is coached by Paul Dimmock, who is a great athlete himself and has coached many phenomenal athletes over the years. She won a bronze medal in the K1 Marathon European Championships earlier this year, and she still has another year junior. And she comes from a canoeing family also. Her father, Duncan Rosa, competed for GB in canoe sprint. So, yeah, they're rebuilding their structure now at the moment. You know, it kind of happens in some countries. There's a year or two of rebuilding. So some great junior and under-23 athletes coming through, and their women's K4 is very strong. Christina, their coach, has done great things for them, and they were in the finals of the World Champs and the European Championships this year.
So the Hungarian that we just saw on the screen, Reka Nemes, she is the European champion. Alongside her from Slovakia, Bianca Sedova, she's a European silver medalist. And the Estonian is actually Elizaveta Fedorova. She's the European bronze medalist. So the top three from the European Championships this year are all in action. And on the outside we have an Australian paddler, Samantha Lowry, in lane 9. So should be a good quality field. Again, my Hungarian friends are very confident about Reka Nemes' chances here of taking a gold, but we have the silver and the bronze medalists from the Europeans as well, who I'm sure will be breathing down her neck at some stage of this race. Lenny Clement from Germany, Ana Brito from Portugal. These are all kids who are born, well, we have the youngest in the field is Lenny Clement from Germany, born in 2006, so she's just 16 years of age, competing in this, well, probably around 16. Reka Nemes, the European champion, born in 2004, so she's 18. And they're out here on the world stage, about to paddle for gold in a 1,000 metre junior final in perfect conditions, and we're underway. Straight away, it's the athlete from Slovakia, Sedova, who's gone out hard. She's the silver medalist from the European Championship. The lanes 3, 4 and 5, sorry, they were all on the podium in Belgrade, so they'd be very familiar with each other. They'd know what to expect And I don't know, Jen, how that race was raced in Belgrade, whether this was the same sort of situation where Sedova went out hard there, but at the moment it's a race between the gold and silver medalist from Europe, Sedova from Slovakia and Nemes from Hungary.
Yeah, and Sedova from Slovakia was part of the K2 crew that won the silver there earlier this morning in the K2 500 when the Hungars only just pipped them for the gold medal. So, you know, she's going to have gone for her cool down after her 500-meter race, flush out the lactate, and then quick turnaround then to prepare for this 1,000-meter final.
Good race for her so far, though. She's just a nose or so in front of the Hungarian. I'm not sure that you'd feel entirely comfortable having a Hungarian breathing down your neck in a 1,000-meter race, because you know they're going to finish pretty strongly. And Nemes has got some good form as the European champion. But Sedova at this stage, Bianca Sedova from Slovakia, looking relaxed, looking calm, keeping her own pace. Over there in lane 3, it's Fedorova from Estonia now starting to come through. She's the bronze medalist from the European Championship. So the top 3 from the Europeans are now in the top 3 positions in the World Championships. And it looks like Ana Brito over on this side of the course from Portugal, sitting in around 4th spot at the moment. But the girl from Slovakia, Sedova, she's decided that now is the time to make a move. She's flicked the switch and off she goes. She has really started to put the foot down, and we've got a long way to go in this race. Has she gone too early?
Yeah, she's looking very strong. I watched her in the heats as well, and I think she was about 20 seconds ahead of the second place in the heats. Now, I know heats can be different because when you know that you're going through in a position to the semi, everyone doesn't always put their full 100% into the race, but she is out to prove a point here in this final today and looking very strong as she does it.
The question for Nemes is, does she panic and try and reel the Slovakian in, or does she stick to her game plan? We've still got 250 meters to go. I don't know if she's going to be able to do it. Unless Sedova hits a very, very big brick wall in the last 200 meters, I can't see the Hungarian pulling her back in, Nemes. And in fact, there's a few people coming down, breathing down the neck of the Hungarian now, but Sedova is actually putting more distance between herself and the rest of the field. This is a really good, strong race, Jennifer Egan. She's a 5,000-meter paddler for sure.
I hope she's lining up in the 5,000 meters now tomorrow, because she definitely would have a great chance. But 5,000 meters has some other tactical elements to it as well, so not always the fastest in a straight line race wins.
So the Estonian now having a crack at the silver medal, trying to reel in the Hungarian, but it is definitely going to be a gold medal for Slovakia, for Bianca Sedova, who put the foot down at the halfway stage and said, catch me if you can, and nobody could. She is cruising to the line. This has been an impressive gold medal winning performance. The Hungarian now, Nemes, is lifting now for the silver, and it looks like on the outside, the youngster in the field, Lenny Clement from Germany, 16 years of age. I think she flew home to grab the bronze, and look at that emotion from Bianca Sedova, so exhausted, but just the tears flowing for a gold medal and a perfectly run race for her. She got the timing exactly right. She knew when to put the pressure on, and she laid down the challenge to the Hungarian Nemes, and she could not go with her, the European champion. Impressive result.
Yeah, and even more impressive on Hungarian home ground to come home and win that gold medal by the Slovakian. That was a seriously strong race, and you know, she didn't just win, she won with a leg in the air margin.
With a leg in the air almost. Look at the grit and determination there from some of these athletes as they charge down towards the... Interesting that a lot of the athletes have those, you know, the body suits for paddling, and then you get some who are just racing in the t-shirts.
Yeah, and
you're a bodysuit paddler, aren't you, Jen? I think
I would tend to be in a vest and shorts, but like they would be you know, lycras and quite fitted. I wouldn't personally like to race in loose t-shirts, because it can, when they get wet, they can kind of weigh you down a bit. But you know, sometimes it's personal preference, or sometimes not every team has the same access to certain gear either. So it's hard to know if the athletes choose to wear the t-shirt themselves or if it's all that they are provided with.
All right, fantastic gold medal for Slovakia. Not sure if that's their first for the week. I'll have to go back and check my records.
I think it is.
It's all starting to blur. It's all starting to blur. But no, I'm pretty certain they didn't win one on the opening day, so maybe that's their first gold medal. Congratulations to Slovakia. And as you said, Jen, I really hope she's in the 5,000, because she looks like a really strong paddler. The way she finished that race.
She sure is, and if she has tactics to go along with it, then she would be unstoppable. But like I say, the 5,000 meters is a different ball game again.
There's the youngster in the field. She'd be pretty excited to win a bronze medal at a World Championships at just 16 years of age.
Yeah, unbelievable. Another 2 years after this.
Look at that. Look at that excitement. That's for a bronze medal, folks. That is what it feels like when you're 16 years of age.
And that's the junior world champion from the C1 200 meters.
K1 200, I think it was.
Oh, K1, sorry, yeah, K1 200 meters. Congratulating her there. And isn't it great to see how much it means to their teammates also, to see them win medals and the celebration within the team and not just the individuals.
A lot of celebrations, a lot of excitement. It's great to see. It means so much for all of these athletes and for their families, of course, to be here and to see the reward for all the effort that's been put in over the years. So congratulations to our medalists and to all our finalists. To make a final is nothing to be sneezed at.
Sure isn't. Extremely hard to make that A final. You know, some of the athletes in that final still have another year junior, so they have a lot of positives to build on for next year.
Yeah, our winner, Sedova, born in 2004, so she'll be 18, so this may be her last year.
Bright future ahead of her.
Yep, for sure. In fact, she'll come up next year, possibly, against the Hungarian, which Kohami, which will be a nice little race. Looking forward to that already. Now, we're now moving on to, let me see on our time, we've got about 3 minutes until the C2 men 1,000 metre junior final. And this really is a very interesting race. The Hungarians, again, will be very hard to beat, but there's some interesting athletes which will bring you some background on in just a moment. There's your confirmation. Sedova from Slovakia, comfortably over Nemes from Hungary, and Clement from Germany taking the bronze. Good result there for the for Rosia from Great Britain.
Yeah,
5th.
for sure. And you know, like I said, she's another year junior, so she'll be looking to push forward with that for next year. And I know she'll also be racing the Marathon World Championships in a few weeks' time.
Cool. So the field for this race, we have Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Moldova, Hungary, Germany, Italy, Poland and Romania in this field. Very strong Eastern European contingent, as you would expect in a C2 men's race. But there are your crew from Kazakhstan in lane 3, inside them Ukraine, and in lane 2 Uzbekistan. Moldova in lane 4, 5th in the European Championships. There are your Hungarians. Molnar has already won gold in the 500 metres. The Germans, 4th in the European Championships earlier this year. Your crew from Italy, 7th in the European Championships earlier this year. Poland now, they'll give this a shake. They were 2nd in the European Championships, and they've stuck with the same crew. And on the outside, the boys from Romania, they were, well, Kostas was third in the back of the boat. He was part of the crew that were third in the European Championships. But he's got a new man at the front of the boat, so any change is a good change, they say, Jennifer Egan. Except when it's not. Except when it's not.
Except when it's not.
Yeah.
Sometimes they say, don't fix what's not broken.
Exactly,
so
they do say that.
Maybe it needed fixing.
Oh, I don't know. They were third in the European. So
Maybe the other athlete is sick or has been injured.
Yep. Maybe there's been a coup. Who knows what's happened there? But it's a change of number one for the Romanians. So the Hungarians in lane 5, probably the favourites. Keep an eye on the Polish crew. They were second in the Europeans. And we're underway. This is a 1,000-metre race. C2 1000 used to be an Olympic event. Of course, in Paris, it'll be the C2 500. And straight away now we can see, I think it's the Hungarians in the middle of the field who've gone out early to take the lead, with the Italians, the Moldovans on their inside and the Germans on their other side, but making an early statement in a 1,000-metre race. The Hungarians, they don't want to take any chances. They want to put down a bit of a challenge early on for the rest of the field, see if anybody can stick with them for the first 250 metres. It's a pretty cracking pace for an early start of a race.
Yeah, they're going for a different tactic to their under-23 C2 men 1,000-metre athletes, who kind of sat back a little bit in the first half of the race and then came through in the second half.
They've gone out hard now, and they've taken an early lead, but on the inside, the Italians just sneaking up alongside them now, just reminding them that there are still other boats in this race. And across there, it looks like in lane 2, I think we have the crew from Uzbekistan also giving a good sight for their money at the moment. So it's Hungary first, Italy in second position, just ahead of Uzbekistan, who are starting to push through now. In fact, maybe the Uzbekis have moved into outright silver. So we have not seen too much of Uzbekistan at these World Championships, so it'll be nice if they figure in the medals. But the Hungarians in front, a good battle for second at the moment. It's really stroke for stroke between the Italians and Uzbekistan, and then the rest of the field just trying to hang on at this stage to the front three. Uzbekistan now moving clearly into second position. They would have the Hungarians in their sights. The Hungarians, though, have not dropped the pace at all. They've been there in the front since the start, and they are challenging the rest of the field to try and run them down. The question is, Jennifer Egan, have they gone too hard too early? They're only young.
I don't think so. I think they're going to control this race to the finish, and the fight will be then for the silver and bronze.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have another gear change now coming through the...
Okay, well, they might need it. The Italians dropping back a little bit, and in fact, it looks like Kazakhstan are coming up to challenge the Italians for third spot. But Hungary comfortably in front. Uzbekistan hanging on at the moment with the silver. Italy desperately trying to hang on in the bronze medal position. Moldova coming through as well. So at this stage, we have Hungary in front, Uzbekistan second, and it looks like it's Moldova that's coming through. Sorry, I think I was calling Italy. It's Moldova on the inside of the Hungarians, who've put in some strong performances already in this race, but it's Hungarians in front comfortably at the moment. I think you're right, Jen. They're not going to be run down. They've had this race under control since the opening 100 meters, and they are defying anyone to go anywhere near them. Great race for the Hungarians. Another gold medal in the bag. Uzbekistan will hold on for the silver, and Moldova will take the bronze. So great to see a couple of other countries featuring in the medals, especially Uzbekistan. Great to see them picking up a silver medal. But no doubt at all about your winners there. They are the boys from Hungary, Molnar and Juhász. Double gold for Zened Molnar for this weekend. He picked up a gold medal yesterday. as well. So he's already picked up 2 gold medals for the weekend. I think the silver medal went to Uzbekistan, and the bronze, correct me if I'm wrong, Jenny, I think went to Moldova.
Yeah, I think so, Russ.
My apologies, I think I did call Moldova as Italy at some stage during the race, but I'm sure you people at home knew what I was talking about, maybe.
It's very confusing when they both wear blue, hey?
I know. It's very similar blue, isn't it, to the Italian blue. The blue and white. But there is definitely Hungary, Uzbekistan, and Moldova. I'm just checking, a bit nervous now about the second place. It was Uzbekistan, yes. So they'd be pretty happy. I think that's the first medal for Uzbekistan for the weekend.
Yeah, they're on the medal table now.
And Moldova, they've had a nice solid World Championships as well, picked up a few minor medals around the place.
Yeah, and they've got to be happy with that. They were 5th at Euros and now stepped up to the bronze medal. So great improvement over the past few weeks.
Poland finishing 4th, the Germans in 5th position. So there's your top 5 for the C2 men's 1,000 metre junior final. Congratulations to Hungary. Let me just do a quick tally. I think that's 16 now. 14. No, maybe it's 15. Or maybe I'm still looking at the possibility that my prediction will be... I don't think so. I think they're going to go well past 23, but I'm going to stick with it. 15 gold medals already for your World Championships for the crew from Hungary, for the team from Hungary. Getting a good response from the crowd here, who've had plenty to cheer about today. 9 gold medals yesterday, another 6 already today, and we've got a few more medals to come yet, so including in some mixed races. And you think that the Hungarians will have some pretty strong mixed combinations taking to the water a little bit later on. I'm really looking forward to seeing how those races go. But there are your gold medalists. I hope you can pick that up at home, the enthusiasm from the crowd and from the commentator. Great result for Uzbekistan. Muhammad Ali Mirizmanov and Ajimon Soroboldov. How'd I go?
Very good. Great pronunciation there.
Thank you very much. I worked on that last night for hours.
That and the words of the national anthem of Hungary.
Of Hungary, yes. Wouldn't I put them to shame if I actually started singing the anthem? Our next race will be the K1 men's junior 1,000 metres. And this will be a great race between some of the powerhouses of world canoe sprint. And these are your athletes of the future. We'll introduce you to the field in just a moment. But there's some exciting young athletes who are beginning their journey, which could take them for the next decade, take them around the world and take them to Olympic and senior world championships. Greece, Ukraine, Poland, Spain, Hungary, Germany, Australia, France and Switzerland. We get to call the Swiss and Greece. We haven't seen a lot of those two nations actually already during these World Championships, so great to see the Greeks and the Swiss represented in a final. But Jen, the athletes to watch, well, we know that Caballero from Spain was second in the European Championships, so he will definitely be there. The Hungarian wasn't at the European Championships, so we don't know what Kayak can bring, but what do you know about the rest of the field?
Yeah, like you're saying, for me, the real what's great to see in this is the fact that Greece and Switzerland are in it. At senior level, we haven't seen the Greek athletes at all over the past few years. And I was actually talking to one of the coaches there of the Greek junior and under 23 athletes, and he said that they're really focusing on building their base, their junior and under 23 athletes at the moment. And the Greek athlete in this was 10th in the Euros, so I'm sure he's delighted to be in this A final here today, and well done to him for making it through.
So we have Luca Lorpa there from Switzerland in the extreme outside in lane 9. We have Maguire Reid from Australia, Marion Lenny from France. Again, the French, we talked about what's happening with British canoe sprint, but the French canoe sprint really rebuilding as well at the moment. 2 years out from Paris, they're pretty keen to try and identify some talent and get that program up and running and get some medal prospects or finalist prospects in the system for the home Olympics. But we're underway now in this 1,000 meter junior K1 final. And Lenny from France going out strong. And in lane 9, it is the Swiss paddler Lorpa who wants to make an impact. He wants to be at some stage leading this race. And across in lane 2 from Ukraine, it's Voloshin, 4th in the European Championships, who's taken the early lead. Voloshin from Ukraine. Is it going to be another Ukraine-Hungary showdown? Already it looks like it's that way, because you can see the Hungarian coming through in the middle of the field, Kayak, to challenge the Ukrainian. We've had a couple of races today already where these two countries have gone at it, hammer and tong, last man, last woman standing type thing. So it's Ukraine and Hungary at the moment, and just on the inside of the Hungarian is Caballero, the Spaniard, 2nd in the European Championship. So just biding his time at the moment, watching what's happening alongside him. It's the Hungarian who's in front, Kayak. Voloshin from Ukraine. But now coming through into 2nd spot is Caballero from Spain into clear 2nd. So Hungary, Spain and Ukraine are your top 3. Very early stages though of this 1,000 meter race, and a lot can change. The Hungarian looking very relaxed, nice smooth flow in the water. Spaniard, a silver medal already this year, just sitting off the boat at the moment, just watching what's happening. We can see the Ukrainian starting to drop back a little bit, and maybe it's the German, I think, coming through now to challenge for 4th position. For 3rd position, sorry. So at the moment it's the Hungarian, Kayak, who holds the lead. Caballero just biding his time, just waiting to pounce, waiting to decide. I mean, do you look at the other athlete to try and work out how they're going, Jen, and whether that determines when you might make a move?
No, I think you really have to focus on yourself. Obviously, he can see he's within under half a boat length off the Hungarian, and he's trying to make his move now. His race tactic must be to go between the 600 to 800 meter mark, but I have a feeling the Hungarian might have another gear now at the 200, but let's see, maybe the Spaniard can go again. Yep, 2:50 to go, and the Spaniard is challenging the Hungarian. It is a race in 2 at the moment between Kayak, who's led from the start, Caballero, who's trailed him for the entire race. Kayak now, as Jen said, he looks like he's found another gear. He's slipping a bit of a distance between himself and the Spaniard. It's the Hungarian, Zsombor Kayak, heading towards the line, heading towards Hungary's 16th gold medal of these World Championships. Can anyone reel him in? I don't think so. I think the best chance is Caballero, and he's going up and down in the one spot at the moment. The German is trying to get to them to maybe make a race for the silver medal, but it looks like it'll be comfortably Zsombor Kayak from Hungary who'll take the gold. The silver will go to Spain, Marcos Caballero, a repeat of his performance in the Europeans, and the German flying home, but it's all too late, but he will take the bronze. So Hungary, Spain and Germany, they're your 1, 2, 3 in this K1 men's 1000 junior final.
Kayak went out hard early, took the early lead. Caballero tried to challenge it around the halfway mark, but Kayak had too much left and just chugged up a gear and off he went, and comfortably cruised to the line to give the host nation their 16th gold medal of the championships. And another chance for someone to sing the national anthem with pride, or maybe not. Is he smiling?
I think it's a little bit more of a grimace.
Was it a grimace? I hope so. I don't. A bit cheeky to be sitting there smiling as you cross it. I'm sure he's very happy.
Sure, he's smiling now, all right.
He sure would be. So really a big distance between the front three and the rest of the field there in the junior final. But all hats off to the winner. Great camaraderie there between the gold and the silver medalist. And the German wondering what might have been his timing. He flew home. He was definitely travelling the quickest over the last couple of 100 metres, but he'd left too much work to do at that stage of the race. You know, when you think about it, Jen, and we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, these are your athletes who are going to be challenging for potential world and Olympic medals, you know, after Paris. You know, we're talking about 28, 32. Gee, Hungary is going to have a strong say in the way of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, they sure are. If they continue with their progression in the manner that they're going. Like you say, there's such depth that, like, even if these athletes aren't the ones competing in a few years' time, they'll have someone that's maybe half a second slower than them over 1,000 meters, you know. So every year they really have to fight for their positions on the team, and it's a very challenging selection process for them because they have so many paddlers.
They have so much depth, and that's what makes them so strong. You know, we mentioned yesterday how the selection trials are often harder than the actual final event that they go to compete in. You know, getting onto the Hungarian team is the tough part, and then they go to a World Championships and it's a bit of a doddle. But the thing is, other programs need to lift their game and to try and match and do what the Hungarians are doing, because they're only human.
They are only human, and one thing that's different in Hungary to most nations, now I'm not sure, there might be some other countries that have this system also, but when they win Olympic medals, they actually get a pension for life after 35 years of age. So, you know, there's really a future there of kind of financial support and reward for the years of hard work that they've put in. I think Belarus might have a similar system also. And for World Championship medals as well, they would get big bonuses, and I
think the Bulgarians do as well. I think I mean, a lot of these countries. Surprisingly, Australia doesn't have a big system like that. It's not. You know, talking to some of you don't make enough as a successful Olympic athlete in Australia to be able to, you know, live off that for the rest of your life. Some of these athletes obviously go on to careers as public speakers and television presenters and the like, but it's not as generous as some other countries. Of course, Jen, we all know that you live the life of Riley there in Ireland.
Oh yeah.
Off all that incredibly generous funding you get.
Well, I'm very thankful because
yes, you are.
I have great support from Canoeing Ireland and Sport Ireland and the Olympic Federation of Ireland, and my club, Salmon Leap Canoe Club, throughout the years, they've all supported me, and, you know, without their support I wouldn't be able to compete at the level I'm at, and I wouldn't have won the European Championship and World Championship medals and World Cup medals over the years, and I'm very thankful to them for the support that they give me.
And it's been money well spent, may I say, even though I'm possibly biased because you're sitting next to me. C1 Women 500-metre junior final in front of us now. France, Germany, Canada, China, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Portugal, and look at those bottom two, Mexico and Cuba. Great to have them here in a final. And a really open race here, but of course the Hungarian Kiss, she's had a wonderful World Championships already. You would not want to bet against her, I don't think. She is all class, Agnes Kiss from Hungary.
Yeah, and you have to look at Canada also. Zoe Wojcik won a bronze medal yesterday in the C2 500 meters, so also another high-level athlete to watch out for.
And the Kazakhstan athlete, of course, Brovkova, she won the gold yesterday, didn't she, in the 1000 for the C1. So
oh yes, with her leopard.
With her leopard. So she is a very strong paddler, and she defied running down yesterday. Will she go out strong today and take it up to the Hungarian? She was very impressive over the 1000. So let's see how she goes in the 500. But yes, we have there. She is Zoe Wojcik from France. On her inside was the German Torno and the French paddler Nicole, who was actually fourth in the Europeans, so she may be a medal prospect here. Li from China, she was in the C2 yesterday as well, I think. And there is your Hungarian Agnes Kiss, who won gold yesterday and will have to be a strong chance of backing up today. And there she is. There is Brovkova, won the 1000 meters yesterday. Tall, rangy girl, very impressive reach on her. Fernandez as well, let's not discount her, the Portuguese. She was second in the World Championships last year, second in the European Championships. She will have to be a medal prospect. Nicole Guzman from Mexico, 8th in the World Championships last year. And the Cuban, Calderon, who is looking to get Cuba their first medal of the weekend. But a few prospects in here. Fernandez from Portugal, Brovkova from Kazakhstan, Kish from Hungary, and as you mentioned, Wojcik from Canada. And you just never know with the Chinese what they're going to bring to the table here, but you know that they'll be fast. And we're underway. So yesterday, Brovkova went out fast from Kazakhstan and took the race away. She was very strong over the 1000. The 500 is a very different event though, and already we see the Hungarian in the pink boat in the middle of the field, Kish, getting out fast, getting out early, making an early statement on the rest of the field. She is going really strong, obviously wanting to make sure that anyone who's good enough to get near her is going to have to work really, really hard. Already we see, Jen, a boat length between her and the next best in the field, the Chinese and the Kazakh paddler.
Yeah, I think the Chinese might have another gear in the second half, but I don't know if it'll be enough now to come past the Hungarian athlete.
Well, she's just trying to hang on at the moment. It's Kish in front. It's Li from China in second. It's the 1,000 meter gold medalist Brovkova sitting in third. I don't know that Brovkova could have a big enough finish to reel in Kish, but maybe Li from China is the threat. But at the moment it's Kish comfortably in front. Li trying to get to her, the Chinese athlete on her inside, and Brovkova sitting in outright third. But it's Kish from Hungary heading down for possibly another gold medal at these World Championships. Li now trying to lift. She's trying to get to her with every stroke. You can see she's picking up inches with every stroke, but is there enough water left between there and the finish line? She's really throwing it at her now. Can Kish hold on? Li from China really putting in some long strokes here. It's the Chinese athlete, I think, who may be getting over the top of her. It's Kish holding on by centimeters. Li from China throwing it at her. Kish holding on by her fingernails. Li, Kish, Li from China, possibly just on the finish line. The TV network have given it to the Chinese athlete. I think she got there, Jen.
I think she did.
Well,
That was some comeback.
you said she had another gear, and she really, really did. And I didn't know that there was enough water left for her to get hold of the Hungarian. But the Hungarian went out hard early and just didn't have anything left in the tank at the end. And also her back was to the Chinese athlete, so maybe she would not have known how close she was. But let's wait for official confirmation. But I think we're going to see a gold medal here for China, to Li in the C1 Women's 500. The Hungarian led for nearly the entire race and has only, if she has been beaten, in the last metre or two of this event. I'm looking forward to seeing the finish. Here we go. You can see there it is neck and neck, and it's all coming down to the lunge, and the Chinese athlete has got there. Li from China has just managed to pip the Hungarian Kish on the line, and Kazakhstan's Brovkova picks up her second medal of the weekend, a bronze medal. But congratulations to China, taking a gold medal here in the C1 Women's 500 metres. Great race, Jen.
Very strong race. I thought the Chinese had that other gear, but you just don't know. Hungarians really like to lead from pillar to post, and they sometimes also have an extra gear, even though they've been dominating for the first 300 metres.
So my name's Ross Solly, and with me is the very familiar voice of, for canoe fans, of Jenny Egan, of course, outstanding canoe marathon paddler for, well, I'm going to say many years, even though you will be annoyed that I say that, but you've been paddling for a long time, Jen, and you'll be off to Portugal very soon. There's the pain from Agnes Kish. And the Chinese paddler, she's very happy to be winning a gold medal at a Junior World Championships.
Yeah, and China is another country, you know, we don't see much of until these major championships, the World Championships. So it's very hard to tell from year to year which athletes they'll have, because they also have such depth within their squad. So you really can't tell exactly which athletes will be on the team from year to year, because they, like Hungary, have so many strong athletes that can make that World Championship team.
Now, you were doing some research, Jen. What is that?
It's a leopard. The leopard, I think, must be a national...
I did read a story that apparently they're trying to, it's under threat of extinction, and apparently they've got a bit of a program going on in Kazakhstan to try and so maybe the Kazakh sprint team is behind this program, which would be very worthy of them. So hats off to them. Congratulations, China. Second gold medal, I think. I think they picked up one yesterday and another one today. So, you know, having said that, now I need to double check. But anyway, a great result. We're going to have a medal ceremony for the K1 Women's 1,000 metre junior in just a sec. So we'll take a bit of a break, and then we'll be back with you for the run home on this Super Saturday here at the 2022 ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Coldplay getting a good run here, Jen. I love Coldplay. Are you a Coldplay fan?
Yeah, I do like Coldplay.
Have you ever seen them in concert?
No, I haven't seen them in concert. I tell you who does a good concert, though, AC/DC.
Oh, don't even talk to me. I'm Australian and I've never seen them.
Oh, my
Never
goodness.
seen them live.
I've seen them twice, and yeah.
Well, you are
Definitely one you
lucky.
should put on the bucket list.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think there's only Angus left now. I don't know who else is still playing
Yeah.
with AC/DC. But anyway, I did see the Rolling Stones for the first time this year, which they were awesome.
I saw them also before. Very good. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Anyway, we could talk about favourite concerts of all time. I did see the Arctic Monkeys, by the way, just recently, and they were awesome. If anybody wants to go and see a good band, put them on your bucket list. This race here, there are only 4 in this, which a little bit disappointing, I suppose, that we could, especially because the juniors were so strong. We almost had a full field in the juniors, but just 4 boats in this C4 women's under 23 500 metres. But it is a quality field. 4 boats, but 4 very strong canoe paddling nations: Canada, Ukraine, Hungary and Poland, Jen.
Yeah, so obviously we can see Sophia Jensen here and Julia Lily Ozend, and they won a bronze medal yesterday in the C2 500 metres and are pairing up with Sloane McKenzie and JC Grant from Canada.
So they are strong. Ukraine, it's basically the same crew that finished 4th at the World Championships last year. And of course the Hungarians, well, Mona won a medal yesterday, gold medal yesterday. We've seen Gonçal paddle today already. I think she finished 3rd in the 1,000. So that's a strong Hungarian boat. And the Poles, well, you know that they're going to be strong in a C4. They've got good, strong C2 paddlers, C1 paddlers. So expect the Hungarians to, the Poles to be up there as well. So very open race. I would not like to predict the winner here, but maybe the Canadians might break through.
Yeah, I would think that Canadians would be the favourite for the gold medal, right? Having won, some of the athletes in it won the gold medal at the Senior World Championships in C4, so definitely one to watch out for.
Yep. So it would be great to see. It would be great to see a gold medal for Canada too. They've picked up a couple of minor medals. I was talking to some of their team members yesterday. They were very satisfied with their performance on the opening day. In fact, one of their team, Ian Mortimer, did promise that if the Canadians won a gold medal, he would be singing the Canadian national anthem during the medal ceremony. So that is something worth paying the price of admission for in itself. I don't know. It's always hard to tell what a person's singing voice would be like, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to be giving Luciano Pavarotti.
I think Ian is actually quite talented. I think he's in a band. Yeah, I think he might play the guitar also. I'm not
what the hell
sure, but
really?
I think so.
Goodness me. Well, I've definitely sold him short then. Let's hope he gets the opportunity at some stage to show us what he's got. But they're underway, this 4-boat final, but a quality final indeed for a C4 women under 23 500 metres, and it is already neck and neck between all 4 boats. The Canadians in lane 1, the Ukrainians in lane, well, not lane 1, it's lane 3, Ukrainians in lane 4, the Hungarians in lane 5, and Poland in lane 6. And at this stage, it's the 2 outside boats. It's Sophia Jensen and the Canadians in lane 3. It's Poland on the outside in lane 6. They are the 2 boats at the moment who are taking up the running, and a really good battle unfolding. The Canadians slipping out into an outright lead at the moment. So it's Canada with Jensen, McKenzie, Grant and Osendi in the 4. Poland on the outside, sticking with them though, just biding their time as we go through the halfway mark of this 500-metre race. It's Canada in front, Poland trying to hold on, just trying to pull them back. But the Canadians are really lifting a gear here. This means a lot to them. I know they said they had a lot of fun doing the C4 in Halifax at the World Championships. That was in front of a home crowd. And here they are in Hungary, in the spiritual home of canoe sprint paddling. And they look like they're going to take a gold. Loosen up those vocal cords, Ian Mortimer. You are about to belt out the Canadian anthem, and I'm looking forward to hearing it. It's going to be gold for Canada. It's going to be silver, we think, for Poland as they fight hard in the closing stages. There's the Ukrainians coming through for the bronze medal, but there is your gold medalist. Congratulations to Canada. They break through for their first gold of the World Championships. Poland take the silver. Oh, and I think there's going to be a crash. I think there was going to be a crash. I'd like to go back and see that as they cross the finish line. The Ukrainians desperately trying to hold on for the bronze, and in the process, I think they may have headed across. I'm trying to see now. I'm trying to look out the window to see if there was any carnage. I think, yeah, we can see there they look like they've crashed into each other at some stage. The boats have come out to just check that everybody's okay. The Ukrainians losing their direction at the end of the finish there, but a great race there for the Canadians, Jennifer Egan.
Yeah, for sure, shown their strength in the sea boat category again. You know, they've had great men over the years. We've spoken about the women, but they've also had great men. Tom Hall, Olympic bronze medalist. Yeah, so they have a lot of people to look up to. Mark Aldershaw, also an Olympic bronze medalist in C1000 meters. So yeah, as well as their female athletes that inspire them, they also have great male athletes throughout the years.
So here is the finish. You'll see the Canadians getting through. Look at the Ukrainian boat. Ooh, it's close. Maybe that's a tie. Maybe that's a tie. And you can see the Canadians there. Boom. There we go. And oopsie daisy. Sorry about that. Didn't see where I was going. Let's have a look. I'd be interested to see who got the Hungary just by 0.02 of a second, finishing in the bronze medal position. So gold for Canada, silver for Poland, and bronze for Hungary. Hungarians celebrating the bronze, Poland with the silver. But there are your gold medalists, folks. Great result. Well done. Congratulations to the girls from Canada. And Sophia Jensen, she went to the Super Cup in Oklahoma. She just loves, like, she was standing on the first morning, Jen, at the Super Cup, and a couple of the athletes were talking about also doing the stand-up paddling, and Sophia was standing nearby, and she heard this conversation going on. She said, "Oh, can we enter in the stand-up paddling?" And someone said, "Well, if you want to." And she said, "Yes, please."
Yeah.
And I said to her after, I said, "Have you done a lot of stand-up paddling?" She said, "Not racing." I said, "Okay." And she went out and had an absolute ball, just loved it.
Yeah, well, I guess the C1 skills would transfer over to the stand-up paddling, you know, but she obviously is very passionate about all the different disciplines in our sport, which is great to see.
Oh, to be young and to be able to do that, and if that was me, I would take 2 weeks to recover. I'd take 2 weeks to recover even from just putting my hand up to say I'd do it.
Processing what I just said.
What have I just committed myself to? Looking forward to the next race, the K2 Women's 500 under 23. I think this is going to be one of the highlights of the morning. We'll introduce the field, but there is the Canadian C4 girls celebrating a gold medal there. Congratulations to the girls. So happy, so fun, and I think we heard Sophia saying she'd not raced the Ukrainians before, so she was a little bit nervous about taking on the Ukrainians, but in the end, They were great and very, very happy. The young ladies from Canada taking their first gold medal of the competition.
And you know, those words just sum up what sport should be, shouldn't they? So happy, so fun. And, you know, if you enjoy every element of sport, you can be in it for a long time.
By the way, if you want to get in contact with us, you can drop a message on our YouTube page. Victor Cruz says, "Go Jenny."
Thanks, Victor.
Good to know that.
Portuguese mate.
Good to know that you're listening, Victor. Let us, by the way, drop us a line. Let us know where you're watching from today. I'd love to know whereabouts in the world people are watching our coverage today of the 2022 Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Drop us a line. Just tell us whereabouts in the world you are watching. So here's your lineup now for the K2 Women's 500. Cracking field here. There's some real quality boats that are going to go for the line here. We've got the world champions from Hungary. We've got European silver medalists. We've got European bronze medalists, European champions. It's got everything. So let's have a look. We've got in lane 1 from Slovenia, Medved and Steblaj. In lane 2 from Germany, Ragwitz and Hoffman. Hoffman, a silver medal in the World Championships last year. The Italians, expect them to go fast. The European silver medalists, Daudos and Zeroni. Lane 4, the Mexicans, K4 bronze medals at the senior level. Both of these girls were in that boat. They have been really impressive in the semi-finals. The Hungarians, third in the Europeans, world champions though. The Poles, European champions. Norway, Osterland and Virik. We know Virik's a very good distance paddler. We have the Czechs, Zarabova and Betlachova in lane 8. And in the outside lane, lane 9, the girls from Spain, Jenny Egan. What do you make of this field?
Yeah, so strong field throughout. Just looking at some of the crews, I know the Norwegian Maria Virok, she just finished 4th in the K1000 meters, so she will be looking to try and fight for the medals here in the K2 500 meters. I think the strong countries, though, are going to be Hungary, Poland, Italy and Mexico, like you said.
Yep, there's some very good combinations here. I'm really looking forward to this race. The Poles, the Hungarians, the Mexicans, they're all very strong. So who's got the most power in this early stage of the race? Oh, gee, the Hungarians have dropped back. They must have really botched up their start. They've dropped right back early on. And in fact, it's in lane 3. It's the Italians, second in the European Championships, who've gone out the fastest. They've opened up an early lead. It looks like Poland taking the challenge. The Hungarians really missed the start. We'll have to go back and look and see what happened there. They're trying to work their way through the field now, but it's the Polish team, European champions, Klat and Ostrowska, who are leading at the moment. Poland from Italy. Mexico is up there. Hungary coming through now, but have they done too much damage at the start? It's Poland in front. Italy sitting in second position. The Hungarians now starting to make a move. The Mexicans are still there as well. Don't discount them charging home here for a medal. But wow, look at this combination from Poland. They are the European champions. They are 4th in the World Championships last year, and they are streeting this field. What an impressive performance from this K2 500 combination from Poland. Martina Klat and Sandra Ostrowska. They were both in the K4 yesterday, which won gold, and they're charging towards a gold medal here. Great performance from this combination. Italy holding on for the silver. Let's see if Mexico can get up for their first medal of the championships. They're holding on for 3rd. I think they're going to get there. Congratulations to Mexico with a bronze medal, but a great result there for the Polish team. What a strong combination.
Very strong. And you know, we spoke about the senior ladies this year dominating throughout the K2 and K4 races, so they've got great athletes to look up to within their own country.
Let's have a look at the start here. What happened to the Hungarians at the start here? They just went, they got left, didn't they? It was just dreadful out of the blocks and found themselves last after the first 20 meters.
Yeah, and one thing you can notice about their boat is their boat trim, the setup of the boat. the nose was coming out very far, which, you know, you want the nose just to be kind of skimming the water as you're paddling. So it kind of looks like maybe they could have improved their boat trim a little bit in terms of their setup.
Well, I'll go back and have a look at that, I'm sure, and do a post-mortem on what happened. But let's not take anything away from the winners. There they are, crossing the line from Poland. Italy, good solid race from them. And there are the Mexicans crossing the line for a bronze medal. They will be absolutely stoked with that performance. Great result for a team and a crew. Well, they don't look... What's she complaining? Is she complaining, or is she...
I think she's trying to find out, did they get the medal
yes,
or
you
not?
did. Yes, yes, you did.
The Mexicans have really come on,
haven't they,
this year? Yeah.
They really turned some heads in Halifax
yeah,
with their bronze medal. But look at that. The Polish kayak program at the moment, women's kayak program, is incredibly impressive. So we've got, let me tell you, Jenny, we've got people watching from Georgia, from Canada, from Austria, from Poland. So keep those messages coming where you're watching from this morning. It's lovely to have you watching, and I'm hoping you're enjoying the coverage this morning. We've certainly had some great racing. Great result there for Poland. Well done, girls. Celebrate. Celebrate that result, because it was wonderful. Double gold medals for them, for these two girls, because they were part of the K4 crew yesterday that won gold.
Yeah, and Norwegians are very strong there, finishing 4th in the K2 500. Like I said, Maria had just raced not long ago in the K1000 meters, also having a 4th place. So well done to them.
I can hear a few tears flowing down there on the pontoon at the moment from the winners. They're struggling to get some words out. I think they're so overcome with emotion, as you would be.
Yeah, most definitely. I think, like I said, you know, you're filled up with such adrenaline, and the build up to these championships can, you know, athletes feel maybe some pressure, and that adrenaline builds up in your body, and then when you win a medal, there's such relief, you're ecstatic, and it all just kind of comes out with tears of emotion. So it's kind of a release for your body as such, and yeah, it's great to see how much it means to them.
Thank you, Olaf. Olaf sent us a lovely message just saying how much he's enjoying the commentary. And Brian Lilly from Lake Bannock in Canada, congrats to the C4 crew. Yes, I hope you're celebrating that, Brian. It was a great performance from your Canadian women to win that C4 gold. Keep it coming, folks. Loving getting your messages and finding out where you're watching the live stream this morning. We're really pumped to be able to bring this to you wherever you're watching in the world. I know some of you are probably sitting up quite late watching, and others it might be very early in the morning. So thank you for putting in the hard yards to watch and enjoy. I'm with Jenny Egan. My name's Ross Solly. We've got a couple more medals to bring you today, and then more gold coming your way tomorrow. Oh, we've got someone, Edith's watching in Hawaii. Half your luck. Wouldn't that be nice right now?
Hawaii, yes.
Yeah.
Sitting on the beach.
Yeah, I'm sure. Just enjoying life. Sobeka says, just watching to hear Jen. Me too.
Oh.
Me too. It's the only reason I'm here, to listen to the dulcet tones of Jen Egan. And I'm jotting down all these incredible insights that she's giving.
Sobeka, I raced in Belgium many years ago in Senef. So I'm sure there's some athletes that I would know from the past years.
Probably got some stories that they probably can't share with us, unfortunately, Jen, about your time there.
All good stories, Ross.
Yes, of course. Always a wonderful ambassador for the sport and for Ireland, of course. So what are we moving up to now? I think we've got another C4. We have indeed. It's a C4 men's 500 under 23 final. Again, a small field. but a quality field. We've got Ukraine, Hungary, Spain, Canada again, and Poland. There is your crew from Spain. Second in the World Championships, but they've had a few crew changes since then. The Hungarians were third in the World Championships. The Canadians there's some guys there who have already been out and done a few races already. I'm expecting them to give this a bit of a shake. And of course, Poland. Half of their boat was 8th in the World Championships last year. Jen, what do you take away from the lineup for this final?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, obviously, it's a quality race. There's going to be very close racing here, I think, among all the boats. I'm sure the Canadians are feeling motivation from the women just winning their C4 not long ago there, and I'm sure they'll bring that into this race.
David Horvath, or Horvath David, says 27 medals for Hungary. They medals or gold, David? I think they're going to be at 27 medals. I think you might be saying 27 gold, which is probably pretty close to the mark, I'd say. And we're underway, and it's the Spanish who are going out strong in the middle of the field. It's Spain leading from on the inside. It's Ukraine, who've had a very good day in the canoe already. Can they pick up another medal here? And on there, in between the two of them, it's Hungary. So a battle between Spain, Hungary and Ukraine. And across on closest to the camera, you have the crew from Poland. But it's the Spanish at the moment who have taken out an early lead. Ukraine and Hungary fighting for the silver. Hungary sitting on the silver medal position at the moment. Across on this side of the course, Poland is also there. The Canadians have dropped back a little bit. They'll need a big finish now if they want to feature in the medals. But we're looking at Spain and Hungary. Hungary and Spain, maybe. It's going to be a really tight finish. Hold on to your hats, folks. This is going to go right down to the wire. It's Spain in front. Look at Poland racing home as well. It is Spain in front. Hungary second. Poland flying home on the outside of the course. Have they got any petrol left in the tank? It's Spain in front. Hungary trying to pull them in. Poland rattling home down the outside. Spain, Hungary, Ukraine, Poland, Spain. I think it's Spain. I think it's Spain. It is Spain. And maybe Poland got the silver. Maybe got the silver over Hungary. But look at the pain there for the Spanish. They really had to throw everything into that to get to that line, because they had people coming at them from all angles, trying to reel them in. But they defied running down, took the lead early and refused to give in. Look at them, they flew out here. They just absolutely flew away from the start, and by the first marker they were clearly in front. The Hungarians trying to stick with them. And look at this here as we head towards the middle of the course. The Spaniards holding a slight advantage. They were never headed during the race. The Hungarians tried to stick their nose in front, and the Polish team flying down the outside. I don't know whether they had enough to get to the silver. We'll see the finish in just a moment, but no doubt at all about the gold medalists. It is the crew from Spain, once again showing how strong their canoe program is. And let's have a look here. So we've got definitely Spain the gold, and silver to Hungary, and the bronze goes to Poland on the outside. Jen, great race.
Yeah, very close race. Like I said, the quality was definitely in it, and Hungary and Spain, and then Poland coming through also at the end. It was just so close for those medals, but Spain edged them out in the final few meters.
Well done to Spain. They're having a good World Championships. Phil Gunny says, Jen, loving hearing your commentary, but you need to get back over to Way for a session.
Thanks, Phil. Phil is a good friend of John and I's from Way Kayak Club, and would have coached John throughout the years as well when he's younger.
And Lawrence, listening from my old home city in Perth in Western Australia. Great to have you on board, Lawrence. I'm hoping you're enjoying. He's probably just been watching the footy, the Australian footy. It's finals time in Australia, and I don't know whether he's a Dockers man, but the Dockers will be about to play in the Australian football finals. So he's probably got the telly on and he's watching the live stream at the same time if he's a footy fan.
Yeah, and I was just saying to Ross how I competed in Perth, Australia in 2005 at the Marathon World Championships on the Swan River. So
with the sharks, you were saying?
Yeah, there were some sharks. I thought
it's a good incentive not to fall out of your boat.
I really thought I was safe being on a river and not out in the sea, but yeah, you just never know in Australia, I guess.
Well, I've been spending a lot of time in Sydney recently, and I couldn't work out why people weren't stand-up paddling in the harbour, and then they said, oh no, we've had a few shark sightings lately. I don't want to put people off, because people always say to me when I say I'm from Australia, they go, oh, there's so many things in Australia that can kill you. Because there is. Let's be honest about it. There are a lot of things, but they tend to stay away from you folks. It's a very safe place, Australia, as long as you don't have COVID.
Because then you could get locked in a hotel room, and that's the most
you're going to find yourself
scary, dangerous place.
Locked away for a long, long time. Congratulations to all our medalists from the C4 men's 500 metres under 23 final. Great racing. We've had a bit of a drought on the... How long is it since the Hungarians have won a gold medal? God, we've got to go back now. A few races now, Jen.
It must be about like 5 minutes.
It's they haven't won 1, 2, 3, 4 races. 5 races ago was their last gold medal. What's happening, Hungary?
They really need to up their game.
There they are, the victorious Spaniards, and that's Garcia in the front of the boat there. Caetano Garcia, he is part of the C2 World Champions at the moment in the 500 metres. So he had a disappointing 1,000 metre final yesterday. I think he finished at the back of the field, so he'd be very happy to pick up a gold medal here. You can see there he's actually got the Olympic rings on the bicep there, which is, of course, you're entitled to do so once you compete in the Olympics. You've got to get the tattoo. Can I say some words in Spanish? He said, no, you can't, said the Hungarian. Well, I'm going to. Oh, there's a Vuvuzela. I haven't heard enough of those today. Happy that they're here. Good on you, Spain, for bringing the Vuvuzelas. I blame the South Africans. It was the Football World Cup in South Africa where the Vuvuzelas really started to take off.
Yeah, well, when I raced Marathon Worlds in Pietermaritzburg in 2017, I'll never forget the atmosphere of so many people there watching, and the chanting and the dancing on the side, and yeah, it was an atmosphere that you wish you could just bottle and use at times to get you through some of those cold mornings, but it definitely does stay with you.
So there's a be kind, folks, on the chat. The Belgians and the Hungarians are having a bit of a stoush at the moment about who's the better canoeing country. I think it's... be kind, folks. It's all about the sport and how much we love it, and it doesn't matter in the end who wins and who loses. It's the fact that this is a global sport and there are people from all over the world taking part. And yes, at the moment it is Hungary's World Championships and they're having a great time. But let's celebrate all the other nations that are here competing as we look at what should be a cracking K2 men's 500 metre under 23 final. Again, my Hungarian friends were quite confident, but I told them, I think I've put my neck on the line here, and I'm tipping the Poles will upset them here. They are the European champions. The Hungarians, though, apparently were very good in the selection event. So the Australians, there's Pierre van der Westhausen. Of course, his brother John was the gold medalist in the K2 with Tom Green at the Olympics, and Noah Havard. The Slovakian crew, 8th at the European Championships. Here's a new Spanish crew, Del Rio and Lopez. They will go in lane 3. Here is your Polish crew, Grabowski and Stepan. They are the European champions. They are in lane 4. In lane 5 from Portugal, you have Goncalves and Casinha, 4th in the European Championships. In lane 6, it's the Hungarians, Kuratz and Balok. In lane 7, you'll have the crew from Germany. They were 3rd in the European Championships. Very strong crew. Expect them to be up there for most of the race. Great to have the crew from America here. Small and Ecker from the United States. And here we have in lane 9, the boat from Belgium. Museman and Bastians from Belgium. What do you think, Jen?
Yeah, it's going to be a very strong race. I don't think you can bet against the Poles winning the gold medal. Great to see USA in the final. As far as I can recall, they were in the A final at the Senior Worlds in Halifax also.
And also great to have the Belgians in the final as well, and the Australians up there in lane 1. But we're underway, so I'm particularly watching Poland and Hungary. And already the Poles have gone out fast. They are saying, right, catch us if you can. We are fast, we are strong, and yes, indeed, look at that already. We're only 200 metres into the race, and they have made a big statement early on. Right next to them, it's the crew from Portugal. Hungary back now. They are back off the pace at the moment. They've got a lot of work to do if they're going to get up into the middles for this race, because it's Poland and it's Portugal who have both gone out hard. Across here, it's the United States putting in a great show. Great to see the Americans putting in a bit of cheek, sitting 3rd at the moment. Let's hope they can hold on and possibly take a medal. The Hungarians nowhere to be seen at this stage. They are well off the pace. Look at Portugal coming through. They've taken the lead now. And the United States are up there. Maybe the Americans are actually in the hunt for a silver medal. It's Portugal in front. Poland trying to fight back now. Portugal taking the lead. Poland fighting hard. The Americans digging deep. It's the USA, it's Poland, it's Portugal. It's a race in 3. I think it's Poland now coming through, showing their strength. So it's Poland have hit the lead. Portugal, I think, in 2nd. The Americans may be holding on for a bronze. Let's see if they get there. They do. They do. Fantastic. We'll need to go to a photo finish, but the Poles, they rallied. They got headed by the Portuguese, but they dug deep and they have flown home to take another gold medal for Poland. They're having a great day here in Szeged, enjoying a lot of gold medal action. A really strong race, and the Portuguese, gee, they were brave. They were very, very brave. And don't forget this performance by the crew from the United States of America, who have really provided the shock and awe of this final. They really stuck it up them, and I think they've held on for bronze. I think they've held on for bronze. It would be a great result if they did, but let's not forget this performance by Poland. They were headed, Jen, but they fought back and went to the line really, really strong.
Yeah, and like you said, one attack by Portugal. They really had to have something to answer back to that, and they did, the Polish, but fair play to Portugal for putting it up to them. And let's see where the bronze medal went. I think USA might have just got it.
We're going to see here now. So definitely gold for Poland, Portugal, and the Americans. Congratulations. What a great result for the team from the United States. They will be stoked.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about Nevin
I don't think
Harrison.
they can believe it. They're going, what? 3rd? You're kidding me. No, we're not. You are bronze medalists at a World Championships.
And Nevin Harrison, you know, you talk about her winning medals, and like that inspires everyone on the team. It doesn't matter if she's in a different event. You know, they see her and they think, well, if she can win it, why can't I?
Yep, for sure. And it's just a great result to show the global reach of our sport now. Look at that. Poland, Portugal, United States, Spain, Australia 5th. Good result for them. The Germans, now the Hungarians 7th. Now there is a bit of a surprise. And the Slovakia and Belgium, the bottom 2 positions. But fantastic result for Poland. They're having a good day, Jen.
Yeah, they sure are. Their crew boats are outstanding, men and women. Obviously, the men won the K4 yesterday, so they definitely know how to get the unison working in crew boats.
And maybe the Poles are the people who bought the Vuvuzelas, because they're getting a really good workout at the moment. They still look pretty strong, the boys from Portugal. They were courageous. They threw that challenge down halfway through the race, took the lead off the Poles, but Poland fighting back Stepan and Grabowski to take the gold medal.
And the world champions are here.
Good to see Portugal doing well. It'd be nice. I know that Fernando Pimenta, who you're very familiar with, Jen, he's in training for the Marathon World Championships because the man is a machine and just refuses to take a holiday.
It's his home club, so I think there will be a lot of Pimenta fans coming to the area. And not to forget, Jose Romalo is also from Ponte de Lima, so there's two very strong paddlers who will be in the lineup for the World Championships in their home village.
Well, they'll be very excited to see some Portuguese athletes coming through here at the juniors and under 23s and showing there is some strong athletes for the future for the sport in Portugal.
Make some noise for the Polish team, once again the world champion.
So we're about to go into another medal ceremony, I believe, and then we've got the first of our mixed final. It's a B final, so we'll take a little break, and then we'll be back to bring you commentary from our next A final, which is at 12:40 local time. So in around 15 minutes from now, we'll rejoin you for the first of our A finals in the mixed competition.
Number 235, K2 mix 500 meter junior final B. 3 minutes to the start. 3 minutes to the start. Lane 1, Great Britain. Lane 2, Romania. Lane 3, Slovakia. Lane 4, Canada. Lane 5, Lithuania. Lane 6, Turkey. Lane 7, Ukraine. Lane 8, New Zealand. Lane 9, Mexico. Two minutes to the start. 2 minutes to the start. Please get into your starting lane and come into the start area.
Bocsánat, mix ifi 500 méteres versenyszámban, tehát egy női és egy férfi versenyző a hajóban. 12 óra 33 perckor rajtol ez a B-döntő, az 1-es pályán a britekkel, a 2-es pályán a román hajó, a 3-as pályán Szlovákia, a 4-esen Kanada, az 5-ös pályán Litvánia, a 6-os pályán Törökország, a 7-es pályán Ukrajna, a 8-as pályán Új-Zéland és a 9-es pályán Mexikó. It is the B final for mixed juniors in K2 500 meters. In lane 1 Great Britain, in lane 2 Romania, in lane 3 Slovakia, in lane 4 Canada, in lane 5 Lithuania, in lane 6 Turkey, in lane 7 Ukraine, in lane 8 New Zealand, and in lane 9 Mexico. We can see Slovakia, Canada, and Ukraine in the lead, and also the Turkish boat in lane 6. It's the Ukrainian boat who are in the lead in this B final, followed by Canada and Turkey. Azt látjuk, hogy az ukrán hajó Polina Nurová és Daniel Kuchenko azok, akik vezetnek a B döntőben, az ifjúsági mix Kayak 2-es 500 méteres versenyszámban. Jól jönnek ott bent a kanadaiak, és mellettük egyel följebb a litvánok, illetve a törökök a 6-os pályán szintén jól tartották magukat. 250 méternél még ők haladtak a 4. helyen, közben ott fent a 3-ason a szlovák hajó is elkezdett zárkózni. Ukraine, Lithuania, and in lane 4, Canada does the first 3, and only 100 meters to go in the B final of junior mixed K2. And maybe it will be a Canadian first place in the B final. They are getting faster and faster, and yes, Canada is the first. Oops, it was a little mistake in the Lithuanian boat, so maybe they have lost the 2nd position, and it was Slovakia who came 2nd or 3rd. So Canada wins in the B final, K2 mixed juniors 500 meters, and Slovakia or Lithuania in the 2nd. place. Az biztos, hogy a kanadaiak nyerték a B döntőt az IFIC mix páros futamában. A litván hajó megbillent közvetlenül a cél előtt, és ez lehet, hogy a második helyükbe került. Lehet, hogy a szlovákok utolérték őket a lassításban, meglátjuk majd, hogy végül melyik hajó érkezett másodikként, és melyik harmadikként.
So we're back for the mixed A finals. We've got, let me do a quick count, 1, 2, just 2 races, Jen.
Yeah, 2 more A finals.
Oh, what an easy day we've had.
18.
18 finals. But they're going to be quality races. Brian wants to know, did Ian Mortimer sing during the Canadian? I didn't see him. I couldn't hear him. I will be chasing up with him later to see if he was good, if he came good on his word. I'd be disappointed, Brian, if he didn't. And I think he'd be letting the whole of Canada down, in fact. If he makes a promise and then doesn't follow through with it, I think the whole of Canada would shake their head in shame that he would be so careless as to make false promises like that. But we will chase that up with Ian Mortimer later. We've just had a B final in the K2 mixed juniors, and maybe, well, unfortunately they don't do medal presentations for the B finals because that would be Ian's chance for redemption. But we're now looking forward to the first of the A finals. And Jen, I like the mixed format. Unfortunately, you've never done a mixed, I'm sure.
No, not currently. 5,000 meters is obviously my priority and has been my speciality over the years, and what I've had the most success from in canoe sprint and canoe marathon. 5K is actually the canoe sprint one that I've been most successful in, and the mixed K2 usually at senior level tends to be maybe a few hours before the 5,000 meters, so it hasn't been something that I've competed in, but who's to say I won't have a go at it in the future. I won't rule it out completely.
I would like to see that very much, and it would be good for
I think it's a really
Ireland.
exciting race. I think it's really important for our sport to keep it moving forward with the mixed K2s, the 5,000 meters. I think with the portages have brought great spectator coverage. I've heard a lot of good reports about it, that a lot of people found it very interesting, exciting. And you know, when you get the spectators, you get the media, and when you get the media, you get the sponsorship, and we all know we need the money to keep our sport moving forward. So definitely important to
embrace
keep mixing
change.
it up.
Yep,
yeah,
for sure. And change is difficult, and we know that because we've had to do a lot of changes, a lot of it forced on us. Here is your teams for the final. We have Switzerland in lane 1. We have Australia with Natalia Drobot, the bronze medalist, in the front of the boat there in lane 2. In lane 3, the Polish crew, Kurpan and Jokel from Poland. Lane 4, we've had a bit of a gold medal drought here for the Hungarians, so is this when they bounce back? Torgeski and Kolek from Hungary in lane 4. Lane 5, the Germans, Zoscha and Gessen. This is a junior race, by the way, folks, don't forget. Now, the Italians, watch this boat. Del Grata's had a very good meet so far. She's very fast. And Spadaccini in the back of the boat there. The Spanish, Paraja and Garcia. And there we have the crew from Latvia, Bersina and Korats in lane 8. And in lane 9, we have a combination from Serbia, Bacho and Dragoselvic. Jen, do you know anything about any of these combinations?
I think you're right with the Italians. I think they are going to be a very strong crew to contend with. Sara Del Grata was in the boat earlier that won a medal in the K2 500 meters, and I saw Luca Piemonte congratulating her. So I think she must be one of his athletes that he coaches in Italy. And then, you know, Germany are always very, very strong in the crew boats. But I think this is a really exciting race. And because it's very different to the K2s are in their own gender, yeah, is you just never know. Because sometimes the crews, they just don't sit well together. And the most important thing in a crew boat is to be comfortable and to work together in unison.
It looks like every boat has got a woman at the front and a man at the back. Seems to be the accepted lineup now for the kayak, and we're about to get underway. So let's see who can get the best start here. Watch out for the Italians, watch out for the Australians. We know that those two have got very fast paddlers in the front of their boats. As we look across now, and as we thought, it's the Italians who have gone out really, really quick. And on the closest to the camera, it's the Serbs as well. So Serbia, Italy, and Hungary, they're up there in the moment challenging for the lead. But Italy have gone out the fastest. They are the boat to catch, with Sara Del Grata leading the way. Actually, Spadaccini in the back of the boat. So Italy first, Hungary trying to pull them in. And over here on the far side of the course, it's Serbia, who are also challenging for a medal. The Australians at this stage sitting in 4th position. So Italy in front. Hungary, you can hear the crowd trying to get behind the Hungary crew, trying to lift them as we head towards the last 100 metres of the race. They're going to have to find something pretty special here, because the Italians look like they're getting stronger as they get closer to the finish line. It's the Italians holding on, the Hungarians trying to pull them back, but the Italians look pretty determined. I think they're going to hold on. The Australians are also flying home. Now the Hungarians get busy. It's the Italians in front. It looks like Hungary might be challenging them though. Hungary, Italy, Italy, Hungary. It's going to go right down to the line. I think Italy in front just, but Hungary lurch. Oh, I think maybe the Hungarians have done it again. Maybe they've done it again and pipped the opponents on the line. Wow, if that's the case, their last 50 metres was something pretty special. Because to me, the Italians look like they had a pretty commanding lead in the dying stages of that race, but the Hungarians have flown home, and I think Jen got there on the line.
Yeah, I think the Hungarians just pipped the Italians, and the bronze medal, I'm not so sure who got that. We need to look at the finish again, because that was very close.
So Serbia were up there for a long time. The Australians were consistent throughout. Maybe they snuck into the bronze medal. But the interesting, I think Hungary, maybe, here we go. It's a very close finish, but yes, the Hungarians get the nod ahead of the Italians. They've done it again. Now, who gets the bronze? Australia take the bronze medal. Congratulations to the Australian crew.
The second medal for Natalia Drobot this championships.
Should be pretty happy with that. And great to see someone with a mullet who will be on the podium, which is sort of lost a bit of focus there on my best haircuts for the day, but hopefully we'll get a close-up there of Harrison Torin's job. There's confirmation, 0.19 of a second between Hungary and Italy for gold and silver. The Australians, 0.03 of a second taking the bronze. I'm sure there's a little bit of disappointment there for the Italians. They did all the hard work. They put down the challenge early. And then probably with 50 metres to go, they probably thought they almost had the gold medal in the bag. But the Hungarians charging home over the last 20 metres or so to snatch the gold medal at the death. It really was at the death. And Hungary back on the top of the podium. They've had a bit of a breather. Had a few races where it's dropped off a little bit, but they're back now with another gold medal.
Is that their 17th gold?
I think so.
16th?
So I'm going to say 17.
Yeah.
So another 8 today so far to go with their 9 yesterday. Whew. Good paddling. Good paddling. Congratulations to the team from Hungary. I really hope that this somehow we can get this into the Olympics, the mixed. I think it's just such a great race, and all the athletes talk about how much they love it.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think it's great for our sport moving forward. And, you know, it's so nice to mix things up as an athlete as well, so things don't become monotonous. It's very important to do different things within your own sport, and it keeps the passion, it keeps the fire alive. Ooh, look at that mullet, Ross.
Oh my God.
We're so jealous.
Oh, God. So, what the heck? Anyway, all if you can win a bronze medal at a World Championships, you can wear that mullet with pride.
For sure.
Good on you. And yeah, look, you can see the Italians, they're happy, but at the same time, they just think, oh, if only the race was 495 meters instead of 500.
So close.
We'd be
finish.
gold medalists.
Yeah.
But what a great race there for the combination from Hungary. Flora Turiovsi and Balint Kolek. Pretty happy too, as they should be. Well, yeah, it's just, I mean, I spoke to a lot of the athletes who did the mixed at Halifax, and, you know, without exception, they all just talked about how much they loved it and how much they loved the opportunity to do this sort of racing. And it's a no-brainer, really, because for the Olympics, you don't need extra quotas. You know, you can use the existing athletes, so you don't need to go, because the IOC is very big on team numbers. And if you go to them and say, we want an extra 50 or 40 or 30 athletes, they're going to say no. But if you can say, we'd like to get a couple of extra medals and it's not going to cost you any more athletes, then how could they say no? You know, and it's such an exciting event, and it's mixed gender, which is also a very big focus of the IOC at the moment. So anyway, that's my soapbox. I'll just climb down from it now and focus on our last medal event of the day, the C2 mixed 500 meters juniors. Sorry, are we keeping you awake there at the back? Let me just having a bit of a just work.
Just letting his body relax before he goes in this race.
So we have Poland, Kazakhstan, Italy, Ukraine, Hungary, Portugal, Mexico, and flipping over the page here, Spain and Germany. Liking the look of the Portuguese with Fernandez at the back of the boat here. Interesting. They've got the mix with the man at the front, woman at the back. So we've got a pretty good Portuguese combination. I'm thinking they're going to go pretty well. The Hungarians, of course, very strong. We know Ukraine's had a great day in the canoe. Jen, anything you can bring us on this combinations?
Yeah, it's going to be a strong race. Just looking at date of birth, it's very interesting to see the Polish athletes are only 16 in this race. So this will be a great experience for them and something that they can build on for their next 2 years as junior.
Look at that focus from the Hungarians. They're thinking, are we going to be the 18th gold medal for the Hungarian team at these World Championships? Could quite well be, but I'm watching the Portuguese with interest in lane 6. Spain out there in lane 8. Ukraine, of course, this is a canoe race, so they will be very, very tough to beat as well. But we're underway now in the last A final of this Saturday here in Szeged. And straight away, we're seeing Portugal go out hard. Expected that. Now the Hungarians are on their inside. Over in lane 1, it's the crew from Poland, the youngsters, the 16-year-olds who've got enthusiasm and excitement as they head out as well. And now Ukraine coming through in lane 4 next to the Hungarians. But it is the crew from Portugal who have gone out early to make a bit of a statement here. They want to throw out a challenge to the Hungarians. If the Hungarians want their 18th gold medal, they're going to have to work hard for it. So it's Portugal in front, Hungary second, Ukraine challenging for the silver medal at this stage. But we are very early on in this race. We're coming up now to the halfway stage. Commanding lead for Poland, but for Portugal. But look at the rest of the field. There's a line of about 4 boats, all in a line for silver medal. It's going to be a fascinating race as we head towards the finish line. But we have a really strong lead here for Portugal. Now some of the boats are starting to rein them in. Have Portugal gone too hard too early? The Ukrainians are starting to dig deep. Hungary is there. Mexico is there as well. And on the outside we have Spain. This is a really great race, folks. It could be one of the great finishes of the day. Portugal have really put it out there. They're holding on for grim death, holding on by their fingernails. Ukraine look like the boat that's going to challenge them the most, but at the stage it is still Portugal. They're holding on. They want that gold medal. Portugal chasing, I think, their first gold medal at the championships. Ukraine coming home, though. It's Portugal in front. Ukraine flying home. It's Portugal, Ukraine. Ukraine get them on the line. Oh, and in they go for a swim at the end. I don't think they got there, Portugal. They tried to hold on. but Ukraine, I think, has swamped them on the finish line. Again, we have victory at the death, and it is Ukraine that has flown home to finish, to put the cream on top of the cake for their day on the water. They've had a great day of racing, the Ukrainian team, and I think that they literally have snatched the last gold medal of the day. Is that how you saw it, Jennifer Egan?
Yeah, most definitely. Just pipped on the line, and when they fell in the water there, I'm sure they didn't have an ounce of energy to try and even thread the water. So they really put everything on that line, and I think they were just pipped by Ukraine. And what a fight for the bronze medal also. I don't know about you, Ross, but I can't say who got bronze until we look back at that finish line.
I was too busy watching the Portuguese take a swim at the finish. I didn't see who crossed third, but that is a perfectly timed. Here we go. So Ukraine get the gold. Portugal take the silver, and it looks like Hungary take the bronze in the middle of the field. So, we've had a couple of races today where athletes have been pipped on the finish line, haven't they? And it's just heartbreaking for some of these teams, I'm sure.
It looks like the Portuguese kind of lost a little bit of control of their boat in the last kind of 30 meters, and that kind of cost them those split seconds for that gold medal.
So we'll just wait for confirmation, but I think no doubt about the winners. The Ukrainians have got up on the line. Portugal taking the silver medal, and Hungary the bronze. Mexico holding on there for 4th, Spain 5th. So interesting race. Portuguese will be happy with a silver, but wow, oh so close to holding on for a gold medal for the Portuguese. That brings to an end 18 gold medal races today. What a great day of racing. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've once again had Hungarian domination. They've picked up another 8 gold medals today. I think that's a loose figure, but off the top of my head, I think it's 8 today to go with the 9 they won yesterday, to give them 17 already for the World Championships, which is a mighty fine effort from the team from Hungary. But also today, Jen, we've had great results for Ukraine, we've had great results for Poland, and the Spanish have also had a good day today. So some good results from other countries.
Yeah, USA as well. What a great race by them to win their first medal of these championships.
And Croatia, of course, picking up a gold medal. Mexico picking up a medal as well. So good to see some other countries getting up on the podium today. It hasn't all been one-way traffic. We're seeing a nice spread amongst some of the smaller nations and some of the lesser-known canoe sprint nations. Highlights though today, Jen, obviously the men's K1 1000 turned out to be, for Adam Varga, maybe a bit easier than we thought, but lots of other good racing today.
Yeah, for sure. He dominated the race really from halfway through, I guess. Himself and Thomas Green were out against each other for the first half, and then Varga just pulled through. But, you know, it's been great racing overall, and there's been some standout performances from some very young, up-and-coming juniors, and like you say, they are the future of our sport.
It's been our great privilege to bring you coverage today, and I know, Jen, I've asked a lot of you to stick up for 2 days now of calling. Look at the excitement there. The Portuguese, they are excited about the silver, which is fantastic. And you just saw the reaction from the Ukrainians when they got to shore and realized that they had won the gold medal. There they are. Look at that. That is young excitement and enthusiasm. A gold medal at a World Championships. They will remember that forever. Can you believe it? She said, no, I can't, but I'm giving you the thumbs up because it's great news. Jen, thank you so much again. What do I have to do to get you to come back? Look, the fans want you. The feedback is loving the women's voice on the commentary. She's much more exciting and interesting than the bloke. Will you come back tomorrow, Jennifer Egan? I've put you on the spot now. You're on live.
How could I say no,
exactly.
Ross?
You can't.
And like tomorrow, 5K racing also.
I know. You're going to be right in your element, because I'm going to slip out and have a coffee and have a little nap while the 5K's on, so you can call it in your element.
No, we're a team now. We're a team now.
We are.
Ross.
We are indeed. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage coming to you from Szeged. Don't go away. Of course, if you love Canoe Sprint, We have a lot more racing coming your way. I tell you, they are long days here, aren't they, Jen? I think we finish, as the sun goes down, we finish at the end of each day. So please stay and enjoy the rest of our racing today. And of course, finals tomorrow, a little bit of an earlier start. So set the alarm clock for 9 o'clock local time for the first of the A finals tomorrow. We're going to finish with a bang for sure. I'm Ross Solly. Jennifer Egan's been with me today. She'll be with us again tomorrow. Thank you for your company. Enjoy the rest of your day. Talk to you tomorrow.
Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 1-es női U23 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Szabó Gabriella, 3-szoros olimpiai bajnok adja át. Kíséri Schmidt Gábor úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke. Medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in K1 1000 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Szabó Gabriella, 3-time Olympic champion, accompanied by Mr. Schmidt Gábor, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmese, bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Aneska Paludová, representing the Czech Republic, Cseh Köztársaság. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist, Enya Rösseling, representing Germany, Németország. Gold medalist and world champion, aranyérmes, világbajnok, kőhalmi emese, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations!
minutes to start.
B és C döntőink vannak a délelőtti versenyprogramból. Vissza 13 óra 1 perckor elrajtol a Kayak 1-es női ifjúsági 1000 méteres B döntő. Ezt követi majd 13 óra 8 perckor a Kayak 1-es férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres C döntő. 13 óra 15 perckor a B döntő. 13 óra 22 perckor U23-as hölgyek Kayak 1-es 1000 méteres B döntője. 13 óra 29 és 36 perckor pedig C és B döntő a Kayak 1-es férfi U23 1000 méteres versenyszámban, és elrajtolt a Kayak 1-es női ifjúsági 1000 méteres B döntő. Ez már a 238. futam a világbajnokságon. Egyes pályán Elza Birát Svédországból, kettes pályán Pánvár Tongmin Tájföldről, a hármason Lídia Zornozás Spanyolországból, a négyesen Martina Jaskolska Lengyelországból, az ötösön a dán Sara Bressendorf Andersen, a hatoson Alina Andrea Popa Románia képviseletében, a hetesen Zilan Yilmazer Törökországból, a nyolcason Isla Joyce Új-Zélandból, és a kilencesen Antonella Orkic Horvátország képviseletében. So it's the B final for junior women in K1 1000 meters. Sweden in lane 1, Thailand in lane 2, Spain in lane 3, Poland in lane 4, Denmark in lane 5, Romania in lane 6, Turkey in lane 7, New Zealand in lane 8, and Croatia in lane 9.
Race number 439, K1 men junior final two. In lane 1, K2, lane 2.
Egyelőre tehát Lídia Zornozának, a spanyol versenyzőnek alakul legjobban a futam. Több mint egy hajóhosszal vezet az 5-ös és a 2-es pályán versengő Sara Bressendorf Andersen, illetőleg Pánvár Tongnim előtt. Itt a B döntőben az ifi hölgyeknél 1000 méteren, K1-ben, és közelítünk a féltávhoz. Most fog elhaladni ott elsőként továbbra is Lídia Zornoza, a második pozícióban pedig a dán hölgy, harmadikként pedig a tájföldi. So the half of the distance, Lídia Zornoza is leading now. And on the second place, Sara Bressendorf Andersen. And on the third place, Pánvár Tongnim right now. And still they can keep the tempo. And those three are still in the lead. So after that, we will gonna have a final C, K1 men 1000 meter juniors from the same category, but at the men's. And now the Thailand kayaker is just slowing down a little bit, Pánvár Tongnim. But Lídia is still leading, has a massive lead, a massive margin between her and Sara. 250 meters to go. And now on the third place, Zilan Yilmazer from Turkey. 250 méterrel a befejezés előtt tehát Lídia Zornoza volt továbbra is az élen, de változott a helyzet a harmadik pozícióban, ugyanis a török versenyző Zilan Yilmazer helyet cserélt Pánvár Tongnimmal. Az első kettő magabiztosan utasítja maga mögé a többieket, tehát a spanyol és a dán hölgyek komoly előnyben. Óriási nagy szurkolás van kint egyébként, tehát a spanyol versenyzőért, versenyzőként pontosabban nagyon-nagyon sokan szorítanak. Iszonyat hangulatot tudnak ott teremteni a spanyol rajongók. Lydia is still leading, and she's gonna finish the B final on the first place. And she's gonna get a great result and a great time, and a huge margin. So the winner of the final B is Lydia Zornoza, and on the second place must be Alina Andrea Popa. The Romanian lady just came up to the second place in the end, as long as I can see, with a great finish, and Sara Bressendorf and Andersen on the third place. But we have to check the replay. És ha minden igaz, akkor a harmadik helyen végez végül a dán versenyző Sara Bressendorf Andersen, a második lesz Alina Andrea Popa, a román hölgy. Jött meg a végén egy óriás sprinttel Lydia Zornoza, viszont a B-döntő győztese magabiztosan. Ehhez gyakorlatilag az elejétől nem férhetett kétség. Így van, Lydia körülbelül 2 hajó hosszal nyerte meg a B-döntőt. Nem tévedtem, vagyis hát tévedtem egész pontosan. Tehát Sara Bressendorf Andersen on the second place, and Alina Andrea Popa finished on the third place in the B final. And here you can see the results. No, I was in a huge storm, probably because Martina Jaskolska on the second place. I'm sorry about that. Sara Bressendorf Andersen finished on the third place. So that's my mistake. Tehát akkor Lydia Zornoza az első, Martina Jaskolska a második, és Sara Bressendorf Andersen a harmadik, a dán versenyző, úgyhogy én voltam egy kicsit még megtévedve. Nem maradt a fél tudásom a parton, de a testem már itt van fent. És következik tehát a K1-es férfiak 1000 méteres ifjúsági versengésének C döntője, amelyet majd követ a B döntő ugyanebben a kategóriában.
It's final C for junior men in K1 1000 meters. We have Lithuania in lane 1, Eligius Bruzas, Ireland in lane 2, Ben Callum Higgins, Chile in lane 3, Sebastian Alvear, Republic of South Africa in lane 4, Luke Howard Salmon, in lane 5, Latvia, Janis Kaurats, in lane 6, Serbia, Luka Manjancic, in lane 7, Chinese Taipei, Yu Ting-ye, in lane 8, Israel, Aran Benyosev, in lane 9, Turkey, Idris Santur. And we can see Luka Manjancic, the Serbian competitor, in the lead, followed by Sebastian Alvear from Chile in lane 3. And in lane 7, Yu Ting-ye from Chinese Taipei, but also in lane 2, Ben Callum Higgins from Ireland. He's coming quite well, just like from Israel, Aran Benyosev. A C döntőben, a Kayak 1-es férfi 1000 méteres C döntőben a 6-os pályán a szerb Luka Manjancicet látjuk hatalmas előnnyel vezetni. A csilei, az izraeli versenyző követik őt. Nagyon jól jön fent a 3-ason Sebastian Alvear, a csilei versenyző a harmadik helyért óriási harcban, majd a 2-esen az ír Ben Callum Higgins, a 8-ason az izraeli Aran Benyosev. Ők ketten azok, akik talán egy kicsit az izraeli előrébb, és az ír egy picit hátrébb, de a harmadik helyért versenyeznek. Továbbra is féltávhoz érvén hatalmas előnnyel vezet a szerb Luka Manjancic a C döntőben, tehát Kayak 1-es férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteren, és jól tartja második helyét a chilei Sebastian Alvear is, bár hozzá egyre közelebb kerül a 8-as pályán az izraeli Aran Benyosev. We see still Luka Manjancic from Serbia in the lead, followed by Sebastian Alvear from Chile and Aran Benyosev from Israel. Let's see the second half of the distance. The advantage of the Serbian competitor is more than 2 boats, but maybe Sebastian Alvear from Chile can perform a strong finish, or it may be Aran Benyoshev from Israel in lane 8 who can get closer to the Serbian competitor. And we see Yu Ting-Yan from Chinese Taipei in lane 7 coming closer and closer to Aran Benyoshev, and Ben Callum Higgins from Ireland is still quite close. ...250 méterrel a cél előtt, még mindig Luka Mančečić, a szerb versenyző az, aki vezet a C döntőben, kajak egyes férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteren. Megkezdik a hajrát a versenyzők, de elég nagynak tűnik a szerb versenyző előnye ahhoz, hogy megnyerje majd ezt a C döntőt, tehát összességében a 19. helyen végezzen a kajak egyes férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Nagyon jön itt lent a 8-ason az izraeli versenyző, hajrázik mellette a 7-esen Yu Ting-Ye is, illetve fent a 3-ason a chilei Sebastián Alvear, az, aki a második helyen érhet be. So it's Serbia, Luka Mančečić, who is the winner of the C Final, followed by Chile and Israel. Tehát szerb, chilei és izraeli első 3 helyezett a C döntőben. Ez volt a kajak egyes férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres C döntő.
Please approach the start line. Please approach the start line.
...13 óra 15 perckor rajtol a következő versenyszám, a kajak egyes férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres B döntő, tunéziai versenyzővel az 1-es pályán Nagy-Britannia, a 2-esen Portugália, a 3-ason Olaszország, a 4-esen Dánia, az 5-ösön Kanada, a 6-os pályán Szlovákia, a 7-es pályán Szlovénia, a 8-ason és Ausztria a 9-esen. The next race is the B final for junior men in K1 1000 meters. In lane 1, Slagdina Maknine from Tunisia. In lane 2, Harry Freeland from Great Britain. In lane 3, Duarte Cerdeira from Portugal. In lane 4, Achilles Padaccini from Italy. In lane 5, Nikolai Bright from Denmark. In lane 6, Jeremy Lenz from Canada. In lane 7, Filip Podlajsek from Slovakia. In lane 8, Mateusz Manfreda from Slovenia. In lane 9, Maximilian Nigler from Austria.
A kezdés talán a 6-os pályán Jeremy Lenznek sikerült a legjobban. A 3-ason Duarte Cerdeira próbálja tartani vele a lépést, és a 7-esen úgy szintén a szlovák Filip Podlejszek. Most ketten vannak elől, egész pontosan. A kanadai fiatalember, illetőleg a szlovák versenyző Filip Podlejszek. És közvetlenül ott van mellettük a harmadik pozícióban a 8-ason Mateusz Manfreda. És a B döntő egyenlőre a kanadai versenyzőnek alakul a legjobban a K1 1000 méteres versengésben az ifiknél, de természetesen, mint az már közismert, messze van még a vége. És most méterről méterre Jeremy Lenz marad le Filip Podlejsektől, de hamarosan mindjárt 250 méterhez érnek, és ott kapunk egy biztosabb képet. So they are getting closer to the 250, maybe the 500. Yes, it's already the 500 meters, and still Filip Podlejsek in the front, and Jeremy Lenz on the second place. And those three boats, the Slovakian, the Canadian and the Slovenian boats, had a huge lead, more than one boat. And now Podlejsek just put a little bit more effort in his run. And now he's got half boat lead in front of the Canadian Jeremy Lenz. And on the third place, Mateusz Manfreda. Tehát most egy picit még oda tett Filip Podlejsek. Most már több mint egy fél hajóhossznyi előnye van a kanadai Jeremy Lenz-el szemben. 750 méternél. Most ismét vele erősített a kanadai, úgyhogy egy érdekes befejezés lehet itt a B döntőben. Minden valószínűség szerint Filip Podlejsek és Jeremy Lenz között fog majd eldőlni a végső sorrend, ami a győzelmet illeti. Mateusz Manfreda a harmadik helyen, és a kanadai át is vette a vezetést. So the Canadian took over, and now he is leading. And on the lane 5, Nikolai Bride is just getting closer to the top 3. Maybe he's gonna take over everyone here. Nikolai Bride, what a finish from the Norwegian guy. He's gonna take over Denmark. Nikolai Bride is getting closer to the finish, and he's gonna win the B final. The last 200 meters was amazing by the Danish kayaker, and he's gonna win by over a boat. Now he's stopped in front of the finish line, but he still wins. And on the second place, as long as I can see, Mateusz Manfreda. And on the third place will be Jeremy Lenz. But we have to check again the replay. But I'm pretty sure that Nikolai Bride won the final B, which was so close in the end because he stopped in front of the finish line. Tehát Nikolai Bride nyeri a B döntőt egy óriási nagy hajrával, bár megállt a célvonal előtt, ahogy ezt már többen is tették. Itt a matyéren mindig egy kicsit talán korábbra gondolják ugye a célvonalat a versenyzők, meg is állt, és ott az a kérdés, hogy vagy a szlovén jön be, kérem tisztelettel, másodiknak, és a harmadik helyen érkezik meg Jeremy Lenz. Egy hajszállal ugyan, de a szlovén egy óriási sprinttel. Mateusz Manfreda megszerzi a második helyet a B döntőben, a harmadik pedig Jeremy Lenz lesz a kanadai versenyző. Ettől függetlenül Nikolai Bride fantasztikus hajrájáról lesz emlékezetes ez a B döntő. És még van egy B döntőnk, az biztos, mégpedig a K1-es hölgyek 1000 méterében U23-as korosztályban, ami 13 óra 22 perckor kezdődik, az még közel 3 perc. Egy óriási versenyt láthattunk itt a junior fiúk, azaz az ifjúsági fiúk B döntőjében, K1 1000 méteren. Legalább egy ilyen versenyért szurkolunk, én legalábbis az 23-as hölgyek versenyében. Nem tudom, Móni, te hogy vagy ezzel, de én egészen biztosan egy jó szoros és ilyen nagyhajrás versenyért szorítok a következő B döntőben.
Én ugyanígy vagyok vele. Kristóf, ott is lesz egy dán versenyzőnk majd az 5-ös pályán, Anna Fint Hansen személyében, de lesz spanyol, szerb versenyző is, belga, de lássuk akkor inkább a rajtlistát. 1-es pályán Nagy-Britannia színeiben Anushka Freeman, 2-es pályán Camelia Maria Minka Romániából, 3-as pályán Julia Gorska, a lengyel versenyző, 4-es pályán Amber van Broekhoven Belgiumból, az 5-ös pályán Anna Fint Hansen, a dán versenyzőt látjuk majd, 6-os pályán Spanyolország Irene Lata, 7-es pályán Szerbia Olivera Mihajlovic, 8-as pályán az iráni Elnaz Shafeyan Noveir, és 9-es pályán a kanadai Sara Nagy. So this is the B final for women under 23 in K1 1000 meters. Great Britain in lane 1, Romania in lane 2, Poland in lane 3, Belgium in lane 4, Denmark in lane 5, Spain in lane 6, Serbia in lane 7, Islamic Republic of Iran in lane 8, and Canada in lane 9. Oh, a very impressive start from the ladies in K1 women under 23 1000 meters. After the first few meters, there were only Camelia Maria Minka from Romania in lane 2. A little disadvantage, but all the competitors were together right now. We saw also the Iranian girl a little bit in the background.
A rajt talán a legjobban a szerb hölgynek, Olivera Mihajlovicsnak sikerült a legjobban, azonban most már folyamatosan változik a sorrend, közelítve 250 méterhez. Az 5-ösön, ha jól láttam, a dán hölgy, így van, Anna Fint Hansen van elől, a belga a második, és a spanyol Irene Lata áll a harmadik helyen. Közben pedig Anushka Freeman az 1-esen most már megközelíti egészen a dán versenyzőt. Most már kettejük között zajlik a csata, egy fél hajóhossznyi előny. Ugye az előző futamból már tudjuk, hogy igazából az, hogy valaki mondjuk esetleg, mint a jelen pillanatban 4-es pályán versenyző Amber van Broekhoven van, onnan is bőségesen meg lehet nyerni az utolsó 100-150 méteren, ha valaki jó erőben van, mint ahogy volt az előző futamban a dán fiatalember Nikolaj Bride, de most ide figyelve, továbbra is a dán hölgy, Anna Fint Hansen áll az élen. At 500 meters, still Anna Fint Hansen in the front. On the second place, the British Anushka Freeman. But we have still a long way to go. And on the third place, the Spanish Irene Lata. And the three ladies are in a kind of a huge advance in front of the others. And still Anna Fint Hansen in the lead. Továbbra is a dán versenyző vezet. Most talán egy 2-3 méterrel mindösszesen Anushka Freeman előtt. Nagyon jól tartja magát az angol hölgy. És a harmadik helyen pedig jön a spanyol versenyző Irene Lata. úgy néz ki, hogy ők hárman fogják eldönteni, már az előző körben is ezt mondtuk, de mondom, hogy most egy picit talán egyértelműbb a helyzet.
A hetesen a szerb Oliva Mihajlovics az, aki megindította a hajrát. Én őt láttam egy picit feljönni, ott az ellenőrző pontnál a 4. helyen láttuk. Ő még esetleg beleszólhat itt az első 3 hely sorsába a B döntőben, Kayak 1-es női 23 000 méteren, és újra előre talált a 6-oson Irene Lata, a spanyol versenyző is, aki menet közben elveszítette a rajtszámát. So it's a big finish from Irene Lata representing Spain in lane 6. Let's see if she can hold on until the end. And also the Serbian Olivera Mihajlovic in lane 7 has begun her finish. So Irene Lata from Italy in lane 6, coming as first. And the Serbian competitor came as second, if I was right. So Spain, Serbia and Denmark in the first 3 positions in the B final of women under 23 in K1 1000 meters.
Óriási finish tehát Olivera Mihajlovicstól itt a végén, és be tudott jönni a szerb hölgy a második helyre. Anna Finn Hansen pedig a harmadik lett, miközben végig vezette ezt az 1000 métert szinte az utolsó 100 méterig. Ott viszont nyitott egy óriási hajrát Irene Lata, és nyitott egy még nagyobb hajrát Olivera Mihajlovic, aki bejött a második helyre, a spanyol hölgy a győztes tehát, és a dán versenyző Anna Finn Hansen a harmadik ezzel. Egy újabb B döntő kipipálva. Ez volt a 241. verseny itt a 4. napon a Matyéren, és egy C döntővel fogunk tovább menni, majd a K1-es férfiak 1000 méteres U23-as versengésével, közben pedig lehet látni a végeredményt, és valóban Olivera Mihajlovic tartalékolt a legjobban a végén. Anna Finn Hansen majd egy másodperccel maradt el Irene Lata győztes idejétől.
Két futam van vissza a pályán a hivatalos délelőtti programból. Kayak 1-es férfi U23-as C döntő és B döntő, ez vár még ránk, és maradjanak velünk, mert 13 eredményhirdetés, majd utána az ebédszünetben bemutatkoznak azok az akadémiai 10-12 éves versenyzők, akik a Magyar Kupa során kivívták a jogot arra, hogy itt egymással versengve világbajnokság körülményei között a Matyéren döntsék el, hogy kik a leggyorsabbak Kajak 4-esben, illetve PC 4-esben. De lássuk most a hivatalos programban a C döntőben a Kajak 1-es férfi U23 1000 méter résztvevőit. 1-es pályán Matej Danás Szlovákiából, 2-es pályán Ronan Foley Írország képviseletében, 3-as pályán a japán Aoki Mizuki, 4-es pályán Yong Bo Lin kínai Tajpeiből, az 5-ös pályán a litván Tomás Jusevicius, 6-oson a szlovén Tit Faletic, 7-esen a svájci Donát Donhauser, 8-oson a kazak Kirill Tubajev, és 9-esen a finn Eetu Kolemainen. So this is the C final for men under 23 in K1 1000 meters. In lane 1 Slovakia, in lane 2 Ireland, in lane 3 Japan, in lane 4 Chinese Taipei, in lane 5 Lithuania, in lane 6 Slovenia, in lane 7 Switzerland, in lane 8 Kazakhstan, and in lane 9 Finland. And you can see Ronan Foley from Ireland in a huge lead. In the second place we see in lane 9 Eetu Kolemainen from Finland, and head to head with Eetu Kolemainen Tomás Jusevicius from Lithuania. Óriási előnnyel vezet az ír Ronan Foley a versenyben, mögötte szinte fej-fej mellett halad az 5-ös pályán a litván Tomas Jusevicius és a finn Eetu Kolemainen az 5-ös és a 9-es pályán, de egész egyben a mezőny. Still Ronan Foley from Ireland in the lead, and now we can see next to Tomas Jusevicius and Eetu Kolemainen. Then in lane 3, Aoki Mizuki, the Japanese competitor, is coming closer and closer to the second and third positions. But if Eetu Kolemainen from Finland in lane 9 starts his finish, and maybe he can catch Ronan Foley from Ireland.
Eetu Kolemainen átvette a vezetést, sőt most már közelít a győzelem felé itt a C döntőben. De bent középen az 5-ösön a litván Tomas Jusevicius is megérkezik, de Eetu Kolemainen végül egy óriási nagy finissel meg tudja csípni a győzelmet. Az 5-ösön talán jött meg másodiknak Tomas Jusevicius, és ha jól láttuk, akkor a harmadik helyen a japán Mizuki Aoki érkezett meg, de hát ez most ismét egy ismétlést kíván, hogy meg tudjuk tökéletesen állapítani. So the winner of the C Final K1 Men 1000 meters U23 is Eetu Kolemainen from Finland. That's for sure. On the second place must be Tomas Jusevicius from Lithuania. And we expecting on the third place the Japanese competitor. Yes, he is Mizuki Aoki on the third place here in the C Final, which was a pretty good race, I guess.
It was. Attention please, the team leader of Canada is kindly requested to come to the finish tower. The team leader of Canada is kindly requested to come to the chief judge. Thank you. So Eetu Kolemainen won this C Final, followed by Tomas Jusevicius from Lithuania and Aoki Mizuki from Japan. Ronan Foley came as fourth, Kazakhstan in the 5th place, Slovakia in the 6th, Slovenia in the 7th, Chinese Taipei in the 8th, and Kazakhstan in the 9th. A C döntő után következzék a B döntő, Kayak 1-es férfi U23 1000 méteren, 1-es pályán Andrej Masek Csehországból, 2-es pályán Jules Wangel Belgiumból, a 3-as pályán az ukrán Valeri Vichev, a 4-es pályán Alex Granieri Spanyolország, az 5-ös pályán Jonas Ecker Egyesült Államok, a 6-os pályán Ben McCallum Új-Zéland, a 7-es pályán Stephen Henry Franciaország, a 8-as pályán Charles Smith Nagy-Britannia, a 9-es pályán João Duarte Portugália. It is the B final for men under 23 in K1 1000 meters. The Czech Republic in lane 1, Belgium in lane 2, Ukraine in lane 3, Spain in lane 4, the USA in lane 5, New Zealand in lane 6, France in lane 7, Great Britain in lane 8, and Portugal in lane 9. And it was a perfect start from the Spanish Alex Graneri in lane 4. He's followed by Ben McCallum from New Zealand.
...250 méternél Alex Graneri áll az élen, több mint egy hajóhoznyi előnnyel. Az új-zélandi fiatalember Ben McCallum a második, és a 8-ason Charles Smith érkezik a harmadik pozícióban. Továbbra is ugyanott tartunk, hogy még bőségesen van hátra 750 méter.
És hihetetlen csapásokkal a 3-ason Valeri Vicsev, az ukrán versenyző, hogyha megnézed azt, hogy milyen ritmusban evező, milyen csapásszámmal, hát azt hiszem, hogy látunk még tőle meglepetést majd itt a második felében a távnak, mert hogy még csak 500 méterhez közeledünk az 1000 méteres B döntőben, Kayak 1-es férfiú 23-as versenyszámban. So it's Alex Graneri from Spain in the lead, but pay attention to Valeri Vicchev from Ukraine in lane 3. Now he is in the 5th position. I think he will surprise the athletes at the end. Maybe I will be wrong. That's for sure that Alex Graneri is coming as first. And in the second place right now we see Charles Smith from Great Britain. And now I think it is the Ukrainian Valeri Vicchev who started a longer finish. We have still Ben McCallum from New Zealand in the 3rd position. And also João Duerto from Portugal here in lane 9. And Andrej Masek from the Czech Republic in lane 1 thinks as well that he would like to be in the first part of the order.
750 méternél még mindig Alex Graneri van elő, de most egy picit összébb jött itt a mezőny. Az alsó 4 pályán az új-zélandi, a francia, a brit és a portugál szinte fej-fej mellett küzdenek most a második helyért. Ami biztos, hogy a spanyol még mindig az élen, még mindig van több mint egy hajóhoznyi előnye, de João Duarte most megindította a hajrát, és elkezdi megközelíteni Alex Granerit. A 7-esen pedig Stephen Henry az, aki próbálja tartani a lépést a többiekkel, de egyelőre úgy néz ki, hogy João Duarte és Alex Graneri között fog majd eldőlni a győzelem sorsa. Alex Graneri still in the lead since the beginning, actually, but he's in a huge battle with João Duarte, the Portuguese competitor, and the finish will be the best for the Portuguese João Duarte. He won the B final here in K1 men 1000 meters U23. That's a surprise in the end. And on the second place, Alex Graneri from Spain, who was leading since the beginning with a huge margin. Tehát óriási nagy hajrával João Duarte behúzza a győzelmet a B döntőben. Mindössze egy orrhosszal tudta megverni a második helyen megérkező Alex Granerit, aki a kezdetektől vezetett több mint egy hajóhossza, és még az utolsó métereken is volt talán egy pici előnye, de itt aztán egy-két méterre összeszedte magát João Duarte, és a harmadik helyen Stephen Henry, a francia versenyző érkezett meg. So the top 3 here in the final B. João Duarte, Alex Graneri, and on the 3rd place the French Stephen Henry. Csehország, Új-Zéland, Amerika, Egyesült Államok, Ukrajna, a további sorrend. Hát ez volt tehát a délelőtti program, ami a versenyszámokat illeti, és innentől kezdve eredményhirdetésekkel megyünk tovább, és lehet nagyon-nagyon sok magyar éremnek szurkolni, és jó pár világbajnoki címnek is, úgyhogy ne menjen senki sehova, maradjatok és tapsoljatok a versenyzőknek.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 2-es férfi U23 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C2 1000 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 2-es férfi U23 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Schmidt Gábor úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke adja át, kíséri Foltán László úr, a kenuszakák vezetőedzője. Medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C2 1000 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Gábor Schmidt, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. László Foltán, Head Coach of the Hungarian Canoe Team. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei, bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Noel Dominguez, Diego Dominguez, representing Spain, Spanyolország. Ezüstérmesek, silver medalists, Artem Csetverták, Pavlo Borsuk, representing Ukraine, Ukrajna. Gold medalists and world champions. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, Adolf Balázs, Fejes Dániel, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 4-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C4 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 4-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Weiss Róbert úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség alelnöke adja át. Kíséri Fausto Moreno úr, a spanyol csapat vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in C4 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Robert Weiss, Vice President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Fausto Moreno, team leader of Spain. 2022-ben az ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei. Bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Julius Kitevski, Adrian Kloss, Norman Zezula, Christian Holdak, representing Poland, Lengyelország. Silver medalists, ezüstérmesek, Zombori Dominik, Kockás Dávid, Slihocki Ádám, Kollár Kristóf, Magyarország, Hungary. aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, gold medalists and world champions, Cayetano Garcia, Martin Jacome Couto, Manuel Fontan, David Barreiro, representing Spain, Spanyolország. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Spanyolország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Spain. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei, gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 2-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior men in K2 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 2-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Tótka Sándor úr, a Tokiói olimpiai játékok aranyérmese adja át, kíséri Schmidt Gábor úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke. Medal awarding ceremony for junior men in K2 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Sándor Tótka, Olympic gold medalist in Tokyo, accompanied by Mr. Gábor Schmidt, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei, bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Tilman Zomer, Jonas Borkowski, representing Germany, Németország. Ezüstérmesek, silver medalists, Alex Borucki, Jaroszláv Kajdanek, representing Poland, Lengyelország. Gold medalists and world champions. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, Osgyányi Bence, Keller Gergő Zoltán, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei, gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations! Ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 4-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Medal awarding ceremony for junior men in C4 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 4-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Tóth Sándor úr, a tokiói olimpia bajnoka adja át, kíséri Julia Melnik, az ukrán csapat vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for junior men in C4 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Sándor Tóth, Olympic gold medalist in Tokyo, accompanied by Ms. Julia Melnik, team leader of Ukraine. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági Kayak Canoe világbajnokság bronzérmesei, bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Kasper Damier Siradzan, Rafał Poklepa, Piotr Kujawa, Marceli Krawiecz, representing Poland, Lengyelország. Silver medalists, ezüstérmesek, Lugosi Gergely, Szarka Krisztián, Szilágyi Balázs, Uhrin Dávid, Magyarország, Hungary. Aranyérmesek. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, gold medalists and world champions, Jaroszláv Ferbnyud, Alexander Rudenko, Mikita Tessa and Vitali Pristai, representing Ukraine, Ukrajna. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Ukrajna nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Ukraine. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 4-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior women in C4 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 4-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Tomás Konyecko úr, a Nemzetközi Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke adja át, kíséri Kai Veseli úr, a német csapat vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for junior women in C4 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Tomás Konyecko, President of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Kai Veseli, team leader of Germany. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei, bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Ksenia Romanchuk, Irina Fedoriv, Kristina Osipchuk, Tetjana Smilovenko, representing Ukraine, Ukrajna. Silver medalists, ezüstérmesek, Györe Panna, Matkovics Sára, Szemán Linet, Benkucs Kira Roxana, Magyarország, Hungary. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, gold medalists and world champions, Maike Jakob, Hédi Klimke, Josefine Wichmann, Chantal Tornov, representing Germany, Németország. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Németország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 2-es férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior men in C2 1000 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 2-es férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Berényi Péter úr, a Nemzeti Sportügynökség ügyvezető igazgatója adja át, kíséri Foltán László úr, a szövetségi kapitány. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior men in C2 1000 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Péter Berényi, CEO of the Hungarian National Sport Academy, accompanied by Mr. László Foltán, head coach of the Hungarian Canoe team. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei. Bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Michael Kulcsác, Stanislav Banaru, representing Moldova. Moldáv köztársaság. Ezüstérmesek, silver medalists, Muhammad Ali Mirismanov, Azimjon Sotiboldiev, representing Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan. Gold medalists and world champions. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, Molnár Csanád, Juhász István Dávid, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Hölgyeim és uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 1-es férfi U23 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in K1 1000 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a férfi Kayak 1-es U23 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Schmidt Gábor úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke adja át. Kíséri Boros Gergely úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség szakmai igazgatója. Medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in K1 1000 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Gábor Schmidt, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Gergely Boros, Sport Director of the Hungarian Canoe Federation. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenú világbajnokság bronzérmese. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Bojan Zdelar, representing Serbia. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist Thomas Green, representing Australia. Gold medalist and world champion, aranyérmes, világbajnok, Varga Ádám, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 1-es férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior men in K1 1000 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 1-es férfi ifjúsági 1000 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Kopasz Bálint úr, a tokiói olimpiai játékok aranyérmese adja át, kíséri Schmidt Gábor úr, a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnöke. Medal awarding ceremony for junior men in K1 1000 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Bálint Kopasz, Olympic champion in Tokyo, accompanied by Mr. Gábor Schmidt, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenő világbajnokság bronzérmese. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Lukas Friedrich, representing Germany, Németország. Ezüstérmes, silver medalist Marcos Caballero, representing Spain, Spanyolország. Gold medalist and world champion, aranyérmes, világbajnok, Panyik Zsombor, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Dear athletes, the regatta course is closed. Please don't use it for warming up. Athletes, the regatta course is closed. Please use the other channel for warming up. Please do not enter the regatta course. It's closed. Thank you. Ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 1-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Medal awarding ceremony for junior women in C1 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 1-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Jovana Stanojevic, a Nemzetközi Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnökségének tagja adja át, kíséri Jiangxin Li, a Kínai Népköztársaság csapatának vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for junior women in C1 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Jovana Stanojevic, board member of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Jiangxin Li, team leader of the People's Republic of China. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmese. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Maria Brovkova representing Kazakhstan. Silver medalist, ezüstérmes, Kis Ágnes Anna, Magyarország, Hungary. Aranyérmes, világbajnok, gold medalist and world champion Li representing the People's Republic of China, Kínai Népköztársaság. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel a Kínai Népköztársaság nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 2-es női U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in K2 500 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for women under 23 in K2 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Jovana Stanojevic, board member of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Grzegorz Kotovic, president of the Polish Canoe Federation, two-time Olympic medalist. Bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships: Isabel Aburto Romero, Beatriz Briones, representing Mexico. Silver medalist Sara Daldos, Lucrezia Zironi, representing Italy. Gold medalist and world champion Martina Klak, Sandra Ostrowska, representing Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 2-es férfi U23 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in K2 500 meters. Medal awarding ceremony for men under 23 in K2 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Péter Kárai, Vice President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Marek Blomski, representative of Poland. Bronze medalist at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships, Jonas Ecker, Aaron Small, representing the United States of America. Silver medalist Gustavo Goncalves, Pedro Casinha, representing Portugal. Gold medalists and world champions Jakub Stiapun, Bartosz Grabowski, representing Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships, congratulations. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kayak 2-es ifjúsági mix 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal awarding ceremony for junior mixed K2 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Kayak 2-es ifjúsági mix 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Luciano Bonfiglio úr, a Nemzetközi Kayak Canoe Szövetség kincstárnoka adja át, kíséri Mészáros János úr, a Nemzeti Versenysport Szövetség elnöke. Medal awarding ceremony for mixed junior K2 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Luciano Bonfiglio, Treasurer of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. János Mészáros, President of the National Racing Sport Federation. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei. Bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under-23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Natalia Drobot, Harrison Torrens, representing Australia. Ezüstérmesek, silver medalist Sara del Gratta, Achille Spadaccini, representing Italy, Olaszország. Gold medalists and world champions, aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, Tölgyesi Flóra, Kolleg Bálint, Magyarország, Hungary. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Magyarország nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és Uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! The medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations!
egy darab eredményi hirdetés lesz hátra. 5-6 perc múlva kezdődik majd. Egy eredményi hirdetés van még hátra. Tehát a Reni és a Kopasz Bálint lesz a 3-as pályán, majd Zsuzsó, Szabó Gabi 4-es, Kammeres Zoli, Kozman György 5-ös, Kökény Roland, Rakusz Éva 6-os pálya, Vajda Attila, Kárás Anna 7-es, Kőbány Rita és Kotta Sándor a 8-as. Még van olyan 5-6 percünk.
Ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Canoe 2-es mix ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Medal awarding ceremony for junior mixed C2 500 meters. Éremátadó ünnepség a Canoe 2-es mix ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Az érmeket Andrei Jelenc úr, a Nemzetközi Kayak Canoe Szövetség elnökségének tagja adja át. Kíséri Julia Melnik, az ukrán csapat vezetője. Medal awarding ceremony for C2 Mixed Junior 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Andrei Jelenc, board member of the International Canoe Federation, accompanied by Ms. Julia Melnik, team leader of the Ukrainian team. 2022-ben az ICF ifjúsági és U23 gyorsasági kajakkenu világbajnokság bronzérmesei. Bronze medalists at the ICF Junior and Under 23 Canoe Sprint World Championships. Gyányi Levente, Benkucs Kíra Roxana, Magyarország, Hungary. Ezüstérmesek, silver medalists Martim Azevedo, Beatriz Fernandes, representing Portugal, Portugália. Aranyérmesek, világbajnokok, gold medalists and world champions, Jaroszláv Ferblyud, Irina Fedorib, representing Ukraine, Ukrajna.
Közelebb, körülbelül 2 perc múlva lesz vége a mostani eredményhirdetésnek, és akkor utána fogjuk tudni indítani.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kérem álljanak fel Ukrajna nemzeti himnusza tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Ukraine. Hölgyeim és uraim, a 2022. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships. Congratulations! Kedves nézőink, a következő futamokban a Magyar Kayak Canoe Szövetség által életre hívott regionális akadémiák versenye kerül megrendezésre. Az akadémiai rendszer 6 területi egységre osztja az országot, ezzel 6 szakmai platformot teremtve. A klubok együttműködése és a plusz szakmai programok által az utánpótlásnevelés stabilabb és hatékonyabb rendszerként tud működni, ezzel biztosítva a további sikereinket. A futamokban a regionális, majd az országos magyar kupáról feljutott 10-12 éves versenyzők indulnak 4-es hajókban. A mini 4-esek versenye előtt egy különleges felvezető futamot láthatnak, melyben az akadémiák képviseletében megjelennek az akadémiai nagykövetek és egy-egy példakép a kajakkenu sportágból. A futam különlegessége, hogy a résztvevők összesen 27 érmet szereztek az olimpiákon, amiből 15 aranyérem, 7 ezüst és 5 bronz.
A 3-as pályán és a 4-es pályán Csaj Renáta regionális akadémia képviseletében. Csaj Renáta 20-szoros maratonvilágbajnok. És Kopasz Bálint Tokió olimpiai bajnoka. A Gyulai Zsolt regionális akadémia képviseletében Gyulai Zsolt Szöul 2-szeres olimpiai bajnoka. És Szabó Gabriella London 1-szeres és Rio 2-szeres olimpiai bajnoka. A Kammerer Zoltán regionális akadémia képviseletében Kammerer Zoltán Sydney 2-szeres és Atén 1-szeres olimpiai bajnoka. És Kozman György Atén és Peking olimpiai bronzérmese. A Kökény Roland regionális akadémia képviseletében Kökény Roland London olimpiai bajnoka. És Rakusz Éva Szöul olimpiai ezüstérmese.